I have no sound. Can I hear anything? Okay, yeah, I can. Why was that so quiet there for a moment? Hello, watchers, and welcome to Fortnite with Sephiroth PX. Also, Joshua Winters, if you're a reader. We are getting in today. We are going to do some Halloween missions, and we should have like a handful of Halloween missions I need to finish, and some of them actually have rewards. Like some of these have extra rewards. You can see some kind of fall here. I honestly can't see what it is, but it's probably Chrome related. That'd be awesome because I don't think we have a Chrome fall yet. And we have some kind of hopefully not third-party music here. Those are going to be the first things to do. I'm also going to do all these. Then we're going to go back to weeklies because we have a ton of those. Oh, well, we only have 3 of those left. Okay, we have a quote-unquote not-so-ton. And that's it. I'm assuming Fortnightmares is taking up the weekly quests because you can see there's something here. Dig up and collect terrifying tablature in a single match. Music is all haunted, they buried it. My God, it's Atari's. E.T. don't bring it out, you'll kill video games. Hunting zombies or zombie chickens, they're coming to get you. Purchase a shotgun from Ash Williams, Workshed. Deal shotgun damage at Novi Cabin, Willow's Haunt, or Grim Gables. Who's laughing now? This will make you really popular around the neighborhood. Ring a doorbell until it breaks to get a treat. Or a trick. Destroy haunted house furniture. This place is just infested with poltergeists. The way the furniture disappears, by the way, I'm almost positive means that it's haunted by the chrome. Purchase items from Turtle's Cream Leader. They've got Spooky Spirit. I think Turtle's Cream Leader gives you Chrome and the rocket launcher. Destroy items, objects with the pumpkin launcher. Turtle's Cream Leader has these in stock. See, what did I say? Other than that, every time we come out of a main thing, we are going to get in and read some from Dead Ends2. We're at Dead Ends2 now. We'll spend at least 3 to 4 hours here. But first, I'd like to talk to you about something. A conundrum I'm having as a writer. In 2000, while I was still in high school, I started writing more prolifically. Some of it was fan fiction. I wrote the Lion King fan fiction, some of y'all know me for, from fanfiction.net. I wrote a lot of Silent Hill fan fiction. I even wrote a fan fiction off the Misery novel. But other than the fan fiction, I was working on what I wanted to be a large series. It was an anthro or furry series, and it started off on a book. And that book grew into 6 books. It grew into books before it and books after it. Some of them focused on different characters. It became pretty huge, a backbone, the storyline, and everything. And I meant it to be one of my big releases up there, even bigger than the Byte releases or whatever. And so I wanted to be something. In 2009, however, unbeknownst to me, because I've never read the comic, a comic was released. I'm not going to name it because that'd be like accusing them of something. I don't think they did anything. So I wrote that in 2000. The only place I've ever released that book was pieces of it in a friend's message board where only people we knew were. Now, it's not like it was the most private message board ever. I guess someone could have come in, but I don't think anybody stole it. Who would steal shit from a nobody? So in 2009, a comic book was released. I'm not going to tell you what it is. But it carried some of the origin premise to the origin of the half-human / furries in my book. Like, in this book, it's not stated directly as it is in my book that this is what happens. In that book, it's kind of inferred this might have been what created them. And this book in 2017-ish, late 2010s, early 2020, I'm not sure when. Early 2020, still early 2020. But somewhere around then, became a TV show, and that's when I first heard its premise. I was like, holy shit, this is exactly sounding like my premise. What the fuck? So, I became worried someone copied me, but I don't think anybody's copied me. And then in 2020, an anime released, and it had a chunk of another part of the storyline. In the storyline, it's not like the same exact thing. It's a different part of it, but it's almost verbatim what's going on in the storyline. So I don't honestly think these people stole anything. I think at best this is like a Stephen King Under the Dome thing. If you haven't heard, Stephen King was writing and fixing Under the Dome when The Simpsons released their movie, which had a premise that was extremely similar to Under the Dome, only the government did it instead of aliens. um, and I think that may have been happening. I think these two novels just had two writers that thought extremely like me. We're all a bunch of weird nerds that think like that. And we all just happen to have anthro novels that follow me. I don't think they broke in and stole my stuff. But I don't know if I can release this book. Like, I've written hundreds of hours of work on this collection. I have at least 3 books, the first, the second, and the fourth one, up and semi-completed on the first rough draft or second drafts. They exist. They've existed for a while now. I just never got around to publishing them. I did send it out to some publishers. I do have some of the stuff I released on that board, and I have the Word files which prove these things belong to me before these guys even published any of their stuff. But my problem is I'm not sure I can release this work. I worked really hard on it. Because what if I release it and they're like, oh, you stole the work, and then I have trouble proving I didn't? Like, hello. I really want to release it. Like, it's hundreds of hours of work. Anthro people, I think, would like it. The furries would like it. Honestly want to release it, but don't know if I can. What is your take on that? And it wasn't like I was inspired by these novels or this anime, because it predates both of these, and I never watched or read either. This person says this happens a lot to everybody, and that if it's unique to you, enough to you, it's your vision, your story, not theirs. Good luck. So I think I will eventually release it. I think it seems like I've had 3 people here tell me, like, oh, this happens a lot. I guess I'll release it, and if they come after me for some stupid... These are big stories now. The comic book, the TV show, and the anime are a lot bigger than I'll probably ever be. If they come after me for it, I'll be like, hey guys, I got the bills. If anybody copied anybody, you might want to pucker your butts. I wasn't coming after you. You're coming after me. And I'm not going to come after them. I honestly don't think they did anything wrong. I just think it's a coincidence. Okay, anyway, let's get in here. Our first mission... Oh, and we bought a whole... I ended up scraping some money, and I purchased the anime and Ash Williams. And if you don't know Ash Williams, you need to watch The Evil Dead. In the anime are just reskins or anime-ish cel shading skins of actual Fortnite characters. For example, we are first starting up with Penny, who already is one of the first thick ladies. Is she the only thick lady currently in Fortnite? No, we have one more. So she was the first thick lady, I think, that showed up here, and she's the one everybody asked for. But this is Penny in cel shaded anime style. She's got like a... I'm pretty sure her original form didn't have lightning tattoo. She's got a leather jacket, maybe. A shirt with nonsensible writing on it. I can't understand. Some extremely shiny pants. Like, look how shiny those pants are. Spiked gloves, which is kind of normal for her character, I think. Some hoop earrings. Kind of a strawberry orange hair color thing going on. She's got this black backpack, which is cool looking, but it matches her pants. It's shiny like her pants, but kind of doesn't match her jacket. It's got not much on it. There is a weird symbol right there. I'm not sure what that's supposed to be. See that in the necklace? Master Control Shield. And she comes with this. Don't ask me. Blazeberry Blade. Honestly, not sure. Don't know what that's supposed to be. Our first Fortnightmare is going to be this one. Dig up terrifying tablature in a single match. I don't know what that means, but that means we're going to Grim Gables, which there is a ass ton of stuff. I almost feel like I need to do. Everybody will be really focused on freaking probably fighting that dude still. So hopefully they'll bother each other and not me. Honestly, I need to get in, do this, and see what I can do. We currently have 2 stars. Not much you can buy for 2 stars. I'm down here, probably, yeah, but we're not going to do that. We did get this, and my son noticed that Meowscles is driving Rick's spaceship for some reason. Also, he has a red M hat, which may be a reference to either Mario or to... Oh, I don't remember. What was the name of that one cartoon from back in the 90s where a kid put a hat on him and became like a Herculean like hero? Sounds like Lightsaber. Very quiet though. That's something else I noticed. I was playing with some Ash the other day, just test him out, and his chainsaw is super quiet. Yes, I gave the lady the wiggle wiggle. Switching every time he does that. Does he have like 5 snipers on? Dun, 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 dun. About a week left to Halloween, guys. Monday is Halloween. So I had an idea. I have Halloween night off. I might be able to grab some candy and hand it out since my son will be with his mom's family since they have a bunch of little kids that'll go trick-or-treating and it's Monday. But I was thinking of getting up into my my attic this weekend and trying to dig out my pyramid head helmet. Yes, I have a pyramid head helmet. Is that my freaking dragon making that noise? Is he always this loud? See it? But we have to go in sneaky like. Oh god, it's like playing Dead by Daylight. Yeah. Pick it up, you. 2 of 4. I don't see the other one anymore. There's the last one over there. We can get it. We can make it. We can make it. Ha! We got it. I don't care, I got it, you know, but. Why is there a random ass? I'll help you. Oh, got that. Cool. 2 quests completed an accident. He's burned down his house, isn't he? Dick. Excuse me, did you see him pop to the floor? I'll be down. Here's Zombo, Zombo, Zombo. I help. Ha. Ma. Oh, I don't even freaking need that. Oh well. I hear a zombie, I just can't find him. Ugh, that probably one's empty. Somebody over here? Who's in here? Who is this close to Grim Gables? Another day above snakes, another good day, partner. Boom sniper rifle. Nice. Hold on, you got a Zombo chicken. I need the Zombo chicken. Did I get the Zombo chicken? I got the Zombo chicken. Nice. And I got my bounty. Nice. One more Zombo or Zombo chicken. Ooh, I had breakfast, so suddenly I'm freaking hungry. Why do you sound like you're walking on wood up there? Then another one bites the dust. I think we're good. I'm surprised they didn't do zombie dogs. That would have been cool. I guess it got chrome wolves. Wondering if you can chrome zombie chickens? Huh. Also, someone noted that the chrome is getting fairly close to the Devourer's resting place. What's left of it, just a broken-ass skull. Don't know how good that'll be. We may have a undead or chrome Devourer on our hand in a minute. How's your spooky month going? Are you anything spooky? Yeah, I've been working. And writing. And working. And doing housework. And hanging with my son. As much as I love horror and as much as I write horror, I don't get to do much from Halloween anymore. So I'm kind of hoping just to bring down my pyramid head and hand out Halloween candy in it. That's gonna piss them off. Oh, he actually got through my shield. That is a human. Let's see how mythic this mythic is. Where'd he go? I have 12 freaking pumpkins? What the hell? How's the sound? Well, someone was telling me he doesn't have the sound. Maybe he doesn't have the sound when it launches. I don't really want the rest of this. I have not run into a single zombie chicken since that first one. What the hell? That's right, I'm in no builds. Shit. I got cooped. She gooped all over my face. You know what? Okay, I didn't even open Kindle, guys. Where did my Kindle go? There it is. It's very quiet. A little weirded out by the skin of this guy, actually. He's not enough octopus to be like a scary Halloween thing. He's like a mixture between some dude and this inkling from freaking that's a little hard. Well, let's actually let this play in the background while we do this. Oh, I had By the Moon Out. It was helping me remember characters. Where did Dead Ends2 go? Okay, we did Demon Sleep Sheet, we did Rabid, we did Cotton Eye Joe, which is why it was 18 plus. I'm gonna skip this next one because it's a small prose and it isn't that important. I mean, it was one I put there for a purpose, but you know, we're gonna go to the more interesting one I like. This is the Hatman, another one of my top faves that I've ever written. This is Hatman. Now, I guess the usual content warning. The Hatman I would rate maybe PG-13-ish. Its violence is it's 0 on the MA sexuality say, but its violence is mild, mildly strong. It's more disturbing content and themes than anything. So PG-13 horror. Uh, Again, listen at your own risk. It is fairly lengthy. Lengthy is a word. So, I will be pausing where I think I can pause in 2 to 3 pages. The Hatman, Part 1. Evidence, creepypasta forums, activity, thread, new theories, misplaced in introduction board. Username, RedZone22, unknown suspect. Hey guys, check this out. It's true and can happen, but beware, you might die, lol. To invoke the Hatman, say into mirror, I invoke you, Hatman, so that I may see and share you with the world. Then take a picture with the camera, and the flash has to be on. Sometimes he will show up in the picture, but only you will be able to observe him. Sometimes he won't. 5 hours after you invoke him, he will kill you. Username, Slenderman, forum moderator. Red Zone, you're in the wrong zone. I'm going to have to move this thread. You're a newbie, so watch it. Username, Code Black, Defendant. I will try this as soon as I get home. I'll tape it to show you if this is bullshit. I guess I won't be posting it if it turns out to be true. Watch the news. The defense stops reading their forum posts. Harry knew it was because that's where it ended. After the last post, he had never posted to the Horror Rumor website again, even though it had been 3 days. Not even to post his evidence before being locked away on bogus murder charges. He should have never done it. Only the foolish fooled with the unknown, and now he was likely to be incarcerated in the West Creek Penitentiary for the rest of his life. Could that be such a bad thing? He wondered if prison bars and guards would fill him with a sense of security he would no longer feel in the outside world. He watched the defense make his way to a projector that filled him with dread, and it was a memory card from his camera that held within recorded events he never wanted to go through again. As you can see from this thread, our defendant, Mr. Harold Chiswick, was not but the victim of an otherwise harmless scene creepypasta thread. The video we are about to provide you will prove his innocence, however it will raise further questions no one may be able to answer. I believe someone is guilty of murder. However, I would recommend the prosecution chase the original poster of this theory who may have been preying on modern taboo lovers. He switched on the projector, and it projected it onto a screen that hid the judge's bench. Bailiff, if you will. The bailiff nodded and lowered the lights, so that the only light in the room was the glow of the projector and its projection. For Harry, this scene opened to an afternoon he would never forget. It was 5 when he arrived at home. The day was normal for a mid-North Texan summer day. Normal for a mid-North Texas summer guy. Jesus. Steamy with a chance of underarms sticking to your shirt and chapped thighs. He ran up the stairs to rummage through his large closet door, a place Harry once long ago dreamt monsters hid before realizing monsters were made of nothing more than your imagination and fear. Still, monsters fascinated him, and that's why he frequented the creepypasta forums wiki. Normally he wouldn't try something so embarrassing as calling forth the Hatman, but for now he was alone, so invoking some demigod would not weird out his hard-working mother. The first item of interest he found was his old video camera. Pressing a few buttons, he formatted the memory stick plugged into it, erasing whatever long-forgotten material had been recorded to it. It lit to life, and his face would be the first thing the crowd in the courthouse would see. He sat his camera on his bed, facing him as he continued to rummage through his closet, displacing piles of clean clothes he never got around to hanging about his white carpeted floor. He let out a shout of triumph as he lifted his old 1980s Polaroid camera, the giant black kind with the foul wood paneling on the side. He had loved this thing as a kid, before the time of smartphones, before his own digital camera, and to his delight, he pulled out the cartridge to find 3 unused photos in its load. Spinning towards the camera, Harry's wrinkled light blue button shirt billowed like a dancer's fine dress, with the twirl. Okay, Internet land, YouTube, my friends at Creepypasta, I'm going to try something new. You see, when you watch all those videos online of Slenderman or The Rake, oh shit, I lost my place, thank you ADHD, or whoever you want to name, they are all good and fun, and some are horrifyingly realistic, but they're all acting. Not one seems to try to prove or disprove the actual claims. The only time I can think of something like that happening is a rumor that a bunch of fellow West Creek citizens wandered into the tall tree woods to disprove Cindy and never reappeared. Allegedly along with that missing cop a few years back, if there's any truth to it. Anyway, this is the most likely going to be a huge fail, and it will be 5 hours of a huge fail. So brace yourself for a video cut down to, 5 minutes. Anyway, what I will be doing is trying to call upon the Hatman. A new creepypasta posted about just about new. He's so new there are no pictures of him or memes up yet. So while he's fresh, let's get this done. He turned the camera on his bed to face his armoire, a giant cherry wood thing of his late father with a mirror that stretched the middle of it, taking about half its space with a quarter of space off to each side. Sure, it was only 5, and he was supposed to be... It'd be more dramatic if this was done at midnight and he spent hours jumping at shadows in the dark, but what was the point? Bringing the lens of the old Polaroid camera to his eye, he said, I invoke you, Hatman, so I may see you and show the world you are real. Back then he had been unsure if the words were exact incarnation. Now he was sure they weren't. However, their power hadn't been any less effective. The camera flashed. It blinded him only for a moment, and in that moment he thought he saw him. A dark, shadowy figure of a man in a bright, wide-brimmed hat standing right before him. It frightened him, so deeply he refused to move. Afraid like an animal predator, the man might jump on him if he did. His eyes cleared, and only his reflection stood before him. That was a Hatman. The people who tried such a foolish thing would, through blinded eyes, mistake their reflection for a mystical intruder. That was quite an ingenious plot. A twist of the Bloody Mary games of yesteryear, before poorly written creepypastas existed. Harry laughed at himself, and would have broken into a fit of giggles if he hadn't been aware that the internet would be watching him in about 6 hours' time. So the Hatman might be the trick of the light reflection upon eyes blinded by the flash of the camera. I admit it freaked me out pretty good right there. 5 hours will tell whether or not I meet my doom. As he spoke, something flopped around the end of his camera, and he removed the spin picture. It was a reflection of the bulb flash. However, behind him, behind the light, you could see him, the him that had scared himself. It was odd how the raised top of an old camera kind of looked like a small hat. He assumed the Hatman wore a hat, since the user who posted the story never described the so-called killer he just invoked. For all he knew, the man turned his victims into his hat. He flashed the picture towards the camera. See? And the defense paused it. We're going to pause right there ourselves. That was a good 3-ish, a little more than 3 pages, I believe. So, as you can tell from just the beginning of it, this is placed in West Creek in the same universe as Tall Trees, which is the same universe as the Bite series. Or a similar universe to the Bite series, at least very close parallel. I'm not sure I'll work that out yet. But, it is also another creepypasta ode. I was a very big fan of creepypasta when it was huge at the time. Still like creepypasta, but it's kind of died down. Okay, so hunting chickens and zombies is important, but first thing, destroy haunted furniture. I remember haunted furniture. Does that have to be all in one match? Please don't let it be all in one match. No, I can go to Jonesy's then. Oh wait, sorry, we gotta do our other new person. Here is some Ash Williams. Nope, get out of it. This is Ash Williams, aka Bruce Campbell, in his role that broke him out of being nobody into being one of the biggest meme boys ever. They did release Black Adam. I don't have enough money for Black Adam, but I did have enough to, at the time, just from V-Bucks to get this chair emote. I wanted the chair emote also more than I wanted Black Adam. I already had The Rock in another form. I didn't need Black Adam. The freaking Dwayne Johnson looked like he was very impressed with the Black Adam costume. He liked it. Like, I'm sure he saw his 7 outfit since he was voice acting it. This one I don't think he has seen yet. Oh, this comes with this emote. A reference to the actual movie. Just so you know, Ash is from Evil Dead. He, that cabin we were at the other day, is the cabin he is at. They were supposed to have you having like a night out in the woods with his friends. When someone activated the tape recorder and it read off the Necronomicon passage that woke the Evil Dead spirits, like demons possessing zombie-like spirits. Over the night, almost the entire other cast other than him would get possessed and turn evil, including his wife/girlfriend, I believe. And I think it's her who's in the basement, but I honestly, it's been a while. Partway through the movie, his hand becomes possessed. Now that sounds familiar. It's because Idle Hands ripped off that idea later. That became a horror movie on its own. But his hand becomes possessed, starts attacking him, and he's forced to cut it off and replace it with a chainsaw. I mean, he's not forced to replace it with the chainsaw, he just does, because, you know, badass. We are going to Fort Jonesy to hunt down floaty chairs. There's at least 2 or 3 floating items over there. He came with a shotgun or the Necronomicon for backbling. The solver tool, I think he has a, background, you know, picture, and he has an emote. I gave him the chains because they look kind of cool, and there's some chains having to do something in the movie. They chain the door shut down there or something. And then I gave him this because it was goofy, and, you know, goofy and fun. I don't really care how long we get to live here. We're just going to destroy 7 floating furniture as fast as plausible. Yeah, how quiet that is. That is the quietest chainsaw ever. So we're looking for floaty furniture. I know there's a bunch around here somewhere. Got my boomstick. He prefers the lever action shotgun, I believe, because he also spins it when he shoots it in the movie. In one of the movies, he spins the shotgun while shooting it. Oh, hello. Can I add you to my repertoire? Yes, I can. Uncle Jonesy, you're with me. Crack shot, you're here too early. Get back to Christmas, boy. Okay, are we done with the attacking of the Ash? A lot of one-hit kills with this damn weapon. The hell? Oh, hi, Chief. I felt something impact my bed. For floaty chairs, maybe floaty tables. I hear spooky noises. Is upstairs? I see something. Guys, why is there a Blevin toy over here? I don't like Blevin. Can we just call him Blue? Well, it's been lucrative coming here. I hear more. It sounds like it's around this area. I don't see it, and our storm is coming down. Yeeted. Hello, teleporting. Use the D launchers, the D launchers, the dick launchers. Hello, people who may be transgender. I'd like to tell you, people, that you are valid, and that no amount of hate from the right will invalidate you. I'd like to tell you that you are more valid Pride members than the LGBT Alliance ever will be. Those people are nothing more than a hate cult. UGCs and LGBT Alliance, I want you to know that we know that you are exactly like the people who used to hate us queers back in the 90s and 2016s while we were trying to get under our rights. But now you have rights, you don't want trans people to have the rights. You just picked up the same kind of hate that used to hate us. The same kind of excuses that used to hate us. You people are sick. Oh my god, don't do that. And you don't have to be. If you're just caught up in this kind of craziness, what is the music? Anyway, if you're caught up in this craziness, you have the right to leave it. You don't have to be part of this hate cult. You can be better. I'm assuming the music is the friggin' see if this house has anything. At this point, people choose to be bad or good or evil. That's what the world is down to. You can be a conservative, but you can't be a good conservative. You're willing to be evil. Oh, I have to do this much. Ah, I got you. Oh, oops. Hold on. I hear it. Is that it? That's it. What the purple doodle did I drop? I dropped my blues. No. Okay. Eat that. Get out of the way. Shit, punch you. Oh shit. How am I supposed to get out of here? There has to be a way down somewhere. Oh, there it is. Here comes the rain again. That was a weird noise. Oh, it's for me. I think they got rid of the fog for this reasons. Also, I heard they turned off the wolf for a moment. I don't know if it's come back on. They're having issues. It changing skin colors. For example, if you were the cowboy lady who's dark skinned, it would turn her into a Caucasian. And I don't know who else it affected, but at least one of them. I think I can make this without dying. Yeah. Let's be up there. Uh-oh. Let's see, there's any haunted furniture. If I need one more haunted furniture, I'm done with this mission. Good job, Bunker Jonesy. Yeah. think it's a blob. At 24 seconds, but we're fairly close to circle here. Come on, haunted furniture. There's a launcher there, let's take us in. Making too much noise, chest. Ah, here any haunted furniture. The frick, how do you get over here like that? Going down here, don't know if there'll be any haunted furniture in here, but we could try. Chicken. Ah, there it is. Got it. Oh. Suicide. Okay. Some superside there, lady. She's like, if you're not coming, then if I'm not gonna live, nobody's gonna live. We both lose here. Okay. Part 2 of... Oh, wait. Let's get this in. Should have 6 now. I think we can get whatever we're missing here. 7 of that. This one will unlock his glider. Glider's okay. It's like a regular glider. Almost Batman-like in this look. It's okay. This one, I'm going to be honest, I'm still going to say his regular form, I'm not too impressed with. It's just kind of regular form. But I like the idea that he plays an online avatar as a lady, which is what a lot of trans people end up doing. So, before they can come out, especially in the 90s and early 2000s, before they could come out so easily, they would be themselves in fictional locations, fictional areas. A lot of gay people do that too. Or hide in the message boards of AOL back in the day. Oh, we have 7, so we can go ahead and unlock his more expensive shock stick. Is that a USB code up there? Sure the hell looks like one. I wonder if it leads you anywhere. We'll check that later, maybe. Both sides have one. Okay. With that, and let's go ahead and have that show like that. Did I load up Rainbow Meowscles? Yeah, I did. Okay. With that, we'll switch over to our next list, which is Midas. I went ahead to have his mask. I always like his mask, plus his Halloweeny. Okay, this is the Hatman Part 2. Oh, how he wished he hadn't. He just paused the screen. Oh, how he wished he hadn't. He doubted the defense saw what he did. Otherwise, instead of the hushed, calm interest the crowd behind him showed, the courtroom would be loud with fear and aberration. The picture he held to the camera was not the picture he had pulled in the Polaroid. A shadow now blocked out the light. The shadow was horribly familiar. His long legs that made up 3/4 of his body and arms as long as his legs, with hands bent towards his neck, no doubt fixed to that stupid little bow tie. His torso was too small to be natural. smaller than Harry's own head, and round with a head that seemed disproportionately large in comparison, though it, along with his hands and feet, were the only parts of his body of correct proportion to other people's bodies. Now, now we cut the video down for a few hours, because for the next 2 hours, until 7:30, nothing happens. Harry knew that wasn't true. Sure, nothing happened on camera, but it was about 6:30 and his mom had been on her way home when she was accosted by the strangest of men. She described him as being an old, odd man of lengthy limbs, wearing a green sweater jacket, purple bow tie, and a top hat. "Good evening, dear madam," he said in a deepest voice, accented with the exotic flair of some southern state, though his looks and dress, beyond the complete oddness of it, seemed to scream Northern European. He drew out his words up, enjoying their taste. "Madame," had a few extra A's and a few extra O's were in there. We're good. Startled out of the daydream that had absorbed her attention on her walk home, she shouted in surprise, stopping, just short of running into the man. "Can I help you?" "Not at all. I am but a friend of your son's, yet not your son's friend," he divulged, and as soon as he appeared, he walked away and seemed to disappear down a crowdless street in the middle of the day. Video picked back up at 7:30 when Harry's mother arrived at home. Harry's mother arrived at home, flabbergasted by the odd visit. She had wondered everything from stalker to the possibility of her son being gay. However, she hoped he'd have a better taste in men than such weirdos. She confronted him in the kitchen as he had a daily ramen noodle pre-dinner stack and said as much. Spitting a mouthful of questionable noodles back into the steaming cup, he looked at her in disbelief. "I'm not gay, Mom. I have a girlfriend," he insisted. He looked at his camera, making a mental note to edit this odd conversation out later tonight. "How did you think such a thing?" She unloaded some of her pill bottles from her purse, most of the arthritic painkillers. "Well, I met a friend of yours on the way home today. He said he was a friend of yours, but not a friend of yours. The only thing I could think of was stalker or boyfriend." "Do you have a stalker?" She looked at him. "What?" Tightness rose in his chest as if some of his ramen hadn't gone down well, and tied itself into knots right in the middle of his esophagus. "What did he look like?" She described him. He knew no such man, but didn't say so. At the moment, he couldn't say a damn thing. He stood up, dumped his cup of ramen into the sink, and turned around 4 times with a go. "Harry," his mother's voice rose in concern. He stopped, glancing between the camera and his mother before grabbing it and turning it on himself. "Okay, people, you heard it. Raw from my mother's mouth. And holy fuck, I hope it's coincidence." His mother rose. "Harry, what is this?" "Hopefully nothing, Mom. Tell me, where were you when you met him?" She thought for a moment. "The intersection of Saxon Hill and Maine, I think." Harry nodded. "Good. You were in the view of one of Ben's cameras. Come on." He made his way into his room, which seemed oppressively humid, as if the outside air was seeping in. His hand wiped at the sudden sweat from his brow, while he accessed his computer, from the site camera links. "Harry, what are we doing?" his mother asked, folding her arms against her chest while she watched. "This is that site I showed you, Ma. A while back, millions of camera viewable by public worldwide. Ben had his own security system wired into it, the site to keep for the public to keep an eye out on whoever was jacking his apartment stuff. However, they stopped the moment they realized everyone was watching. The camera's still up, and here we go." The site disappeared, and the live video feed of an apartment back courtyard, which concluded a playground for small children, filled the screen. At 6 stories, it was a tall enough view that behind the apartment's fencing across the street they could see the intersection of Main and Saxon Hill. Saxon Hill being the street they lived on and she worked on. "Perfect. Can you rewind it?" "No, but Ben can. Get my phone. It's on the dresser." When she returned with his Samsung, he quickly thumbed up his old friend's number. "Saxon Hill Estates Management," Ben answered. "Well, I don't have a leak and I don't live in your apartment. However, I could use your help." There was a pause. "Harry?" "Yeah, man, how's it going? As good as ownership of a fucking stupid apartment could go. Worst mistake in my life. However, it pays just enough to not run away. Besides, how can I help you?" "I'm looking at camera 5 on your feed. I need to feed at, Mom." 6:30, I think. "Start at 6 and go until you see my mom." There was a pause and a few keystrokes. The feed went black. "Spying on your mama. She up to no good?" Harry laughed. "Oh, you know, she's having a whole drug dealing problem again." His mother slugged him in the arm and he laughed. "I do not, any NSA listening, I do not sell drugs," she shouted into the phone. The camera came back to life. While they were still laughing at her reaction, his mother paused in the middle of the street of Maine, crossing the street. Then the feed started as Ben talked. I don't think she even looked both ways. Bad mom. You know, Maine can be. However, he cut off the moment his mother jumped in nothing. What the fuck? Ben breathed over the receiver. Mom, where is he? Not possible, she said, wiping the chin as if something was blocking their view, leaving a small trail of squished liquid crystals focused back into view. Right there, I'm talking to him. I didn't dream the whole thing. Harry put the camera he had focused on the computer down so it faced them. This is really weird. You guys can't see him? His friend screamed in his ear. He just popped into existence. He's talking to your mom. He's so weird. What's wrong with his body? Ben? The dealer replied. Ben? The phone beeped in his ear. Ben had it hung up. What's going on? His mom asked. Ben was freaking out. He said he saw the man talking to you. He said his body was weird and then he hung up on us. Palmed his mouth and spoke into his hand. Mom, this is all my fault. What did you do? Harry shook his head, his voice thick with his own disbelief. I invoked the Hatman. What? The sarcasm was heavy in his mother's voice despite her experience with the man. Hatman, it's supposed to be a stupid little scary story. I mean, come on. The Defense paused the video again, explaining to the crowd that Ben, or the victim number 2 as they called him, sat on the other side of the line. It was all per what Harry said, and he didn't know how the jury would take that, though he was sure the persecution would eat him alive. Meanwhile, he mulled over what he now saw. When he and his mother watched the video together, the man wasn't there. However, now, watching the video through his video, he saw him clear as day. Okay, we're going to pause there because I was in a few pages. And we need to destroy haunted house furniture still. So back to Jonesy's place. This is Midas. Like Midas, he does have the gold touch. But his gold touch turns him into like a cel-shaded gold. It's not notably cel-shaded enough to actually make a big difference. Like, I usually have a Midas wrap on him just in case. Whatever's going on won't be cel-shaded. But does take wraps. But it is so similar to that gold wrap that I almost couldn't tell. But it does stick onto the weapons, so anyone who picks up your weapons afterward will be forced to have gold cel-shaded weapons. Unless there are another Midas that can change it. I don't know. Can Midases overwrite other Midases' touches? That's an interesting thing. I talk to whoever the hell we watch do stuff. Oh, there's the Black Adam, by the way. It's the Rock. Can you smell the Rock is cooking biceps? He's cooking biceps. Look at those biceps. I don't know the Rock's age, but the Rock is still good looking. Okay. Oh, wrong button. Hello. Fortunes. Going down. We are here to destroy one more furniture, and if we die, that just means I get to read a little more, and we can go on to the next thing. It's weird. So it's been cold this week up until today. Today is 70-something outside, which is kind of gross. I walked outside and it's gross. It's more gross because my house, despite its air not being on super high, has held the cold for the last few days. And so it's freaking cold in my room, right? I have my fan on low and I'm still here chilly as frick. Josie, help me. You two stop fighting. Oh my god, where is it? Ah, there it is. The final furniture. Ooh, 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 ooh. In the back of the head. And you have no more ties. Thank you for the non-health there, Jonesy the First. Holy yeah. Yours is soul is Jonesy the original. Okay. Purchase shotgun from Ash William on the other side of the freaking map. Yeah, that's not gonna happen. Let's just play. Hey, get up there. Someone else take care of that if I need to. Good job, Jonesy. I take back what I said earlier. Oh yeah, this is what it looks like, the cel-shaded gold. You can tell it's cel-shaded, but I think they should have made it a little shinier so it gets more obvious. All this. Jesus. For the XP. Apparently XP. Oh, it's almost the same damage. Bye. Okay, for weapon. Jonesy. They're doing the same damage, this one has a higher fire rate. XP. Almost there. 100 for a cooler. Another 100. I was going to see if those were touchable. Here. Oh, it's one of these guys. I'm good, actually. Oh, fuck. Damn it. You cheeky bastard. Thank you, Jonesy. Such a help. I take back my take back. Grizzaz is going to slice off your banana, Jonesy. Okay, so our last new member is going to be this lady. Now, this lady you may not remember, especially if you aren't old enough. In Season 9, Chapter 1, there was a mech we thought was a racer, but apparently, according to this, she's like a fighter or whatever. Mech pilot. Mech fighting miss. Mecha fighting miss. So she's a mech fighter. She had I have her old lighter actually attached to this. But she had, her original outfit was like a short skirt and a jacket over some. After that, her other outfits included like more armor being attached to her. She comes with this one. She comes with this outfit. It says Mecha Fighting Miss. There's no like thing you can do to it. Same thing with this. This is her library. It says Ricochet Rock's very best friend. She had some kind of strawberry thing going on. I'm not sure exactly what. And Glimmering Edge. Gold Signature Original. Anyway. Actually, yeah, pretty sure this is hers. Maybe, you know what? The frick. This is not hers. I have two of them mixed up. Blazeberry, obviously this is supposed to be hers. And Mrs. I don't know why you have a Blazeberry. Actually, you're supposed to have this gold axe. It was a range strong. Before that, we got a new fall. What is new fall? Chrome tendrils, nice. Let's go give that to some of our Chrome boys. Anyone I gave this glider to, I'm gonna give the tendrils to. They're pretty cool. They're gonna freak out video though. Found out that my Xbox has been uploading videos to YouTube with 720, so it's been recording at 720, and I can't figure out why. I was like, there's something wrong with the picture while I was reviewing this. Everybody? Actually, no, I should give them the fall too, because I don't have the fall yet. Oh my god, we can tell whether they meant it to be a boy or girl by this. If it even meant to be one, but the way they say it. It's just like a guy. So officially it sits like a male. That's what they meant to sit like, at least. I'm still gonna use the non-binary term for them until it's officiated one way or another. That's how I wanted. No fucking way. I think that's it. Honestly. Like 90% that's it. So we'll go ahead and load up Strawberry Neon Lady. And that'll still be our last. Oh wait, did we? Don't think I read already. Because I just got a bunch of stuff changed. I guess if I've already written, this is part 3. If not, I think I didn't read yet this break. Part 3 of the Hatman. Ben had been right. He popped into view as if he wasn't there. Then he was. His lengthy arms wildly gesturing as he talked riddles with his mother. He seemed to walk behind his mother and to vanish. In this video, if anyone else could see him, they might make out the wild red hair underneath his brownish crooked top hat. However, he was so far away his creepy swollen face wasn't distinguishable. The video played. Should we go help Ben? His mother asked, with true concern in her voice. He was freaked out. He might hurt himself. He's a big boy, Harry insisted. Plus, he's got at least 2 armed security mulling around that building of his that would be glad to give the Hatman a taste of a lead sandwich or two. The camera view rolled on and was now recording a mostly empty street. So he shut it off. He was just about to hit up on the creepypasta page, but thought better about it. They caused this problem. He doubted the user who posted the creepypasta would help him. Mom, I think we have until 10 tonight before shit goes down. What goes down? Anxiety raised in the pitch of her voice. According to the stupid 3-hour-old legend, he will kill the person who invoked him and attempted to record him. Me. His mother's face was white, her eyes wide. He knew she didn't want to believe a single bit of what she saw, but she had met the Hatman and watched him not appear in the video. That the supernatural were at work was not something she could deny. Should we leave? Fight? We can call the police. And say what? He rose, turned from her, sarcasm thick in his own words. 911, a camera-shy demon from my mirror is going to kill me. What does he look like? Oh, an old English gentleman who spends time on the track. No time on the rack. There was a sobbing, turned to find her crying silently into her fists. He hurried over to her and took his mother against him. It was the first time he had hugged her in a long time, maybe months. He didn't do it often as he should have. I didn't mean it, Mom. His throat thickened. He was a Lego one, and he hated crying. It was just a stupid game, he croaked. His mother settled down into a fit of half sobs to try to control himself. Well, if this guy's supernatural, I guess running against is a moot point. We have to make a stand. Is there a way to banish him? He shook his head, then turned to his computer again, hitting up Google and searching for the one who would come soon enough. There wasn't a single mention of the Hatman, which was odd because creepypasta sites should have come up at the least. It seemed all the existence of the thread had been erased from the forum. Nothing online, this stupid, but I keep a black book of spells on the bookshelf. Look for Pinnacle. Mother rushed over to the tall black bookshelf. Pinnacle is the right side up star, right? He nodded. You gonna tell me you're a witch now? I'm a guy, so it'd be a warlock, I believe. And no, this is something Claire left behind. Claire had been his last girlfriend, and his strangest one. With her goth dresses and witchcraft, today his belief in the supernatural had been hardened. And he'd be damned if they would not fight back, just in case this crap doesn't work. Grab something long and sharp. His mother disappeared while he thumbed his phone. After a few rings, his ex-love answered. Long time no talk, lover. I thought you were still all huffy about you getting left for tall, dark, and football. He stilled his anger. Not now, Claire. I have trouble with the supernatural for him. I have a little black book, but it doesn't come with an index. She snorted in the phone. I thought you didn't believe in what I did. He sighed, flapping the book impatiently against his side. Let's just say I've had a reality shoved up my ass. You going to help me or berate me all day? Claire snickered into her phone. Okay, explain it. Well, I have an entity, or spirit, or demigod, or whatever you want to call him. He told her about the incantation, about his sightings, and about the 10 o'clock ultimatum. Hatman sounds stupid. I wonder what his real name is. I might doubt Ben's sanity, but if your mom met him on the road and she saw him in the video and y'all couldn't in the video, sounds like the real deal. Usually banishing a spirit, or at least one you evoked, is specific. However, since you have nothing to go on, I'll give you the basics. The salt barrier works best. A thin line of salt at every door, the window of your house. It will disrupt the electromagnetic field which entities like that are made up of. If you turn to part 6 of my book, there are 5 incantations. I recommend repeating all of them from now until 10. It's tiring work, however needed. Listen, I'm a city away, but I can make it a few hours. Do you need me to come over? Oh, how he'd love to have a professional like her over at a time like this, but he was so uncomfortable with their split, even though he was in a new relationship. He didn't need a third person endangered by his stupidity. We can handle it, he assured her and hung up. Flipping to the 6th section of the book, about 40 pages in, he read what appeared to be Latin, and slowly and loudly. The camera cut, turning hours in incantation and salt spreading into 1 minute. The front door flew open, and he and his mother witnessed what the court did. What he and his mother witnessed and what the court did was so different. He only envied that they would never have to live through such horror. His camera in one hand, hugged to his shoulder, and his incantation in another, he paced the front hallway when his digital clock beeped 10 p.m. As if the chime triggered a switch, the front door flew open, bashing itself against the wall, and there he was, his limbs long, sharply bending at the knees and elbows as if those joints could kill. Dressed in a long-sleeved green sweater, he thought he might have once seen Mr. Rogers wear so long ago, a pair of brown slacks. His torso was small, swollen, and round, the size of a basketball, maybe smaller. With no neck atop it, though he wore a purple bow tie between his chest and head, where he adjusted with white gloved hands. The head was a bit larger than his body, possibly normal size. However, it was too round, his face swollen as if his skin was stretched over a ball. He sported a bushy mustache that hid whatever tiny mouth he possessed, and short pointed nose which upon it rode a pair of reflective spectacles that hid his small eyes. Atop some thinning bushing red hair was a crooked brown top hat. It looked to be crudely stitched of leather, bent in the middle and midway above that as if stepped on by some uncaring person. He walked forward, sharply bending at the knees as Harry backed away. "Oh my God," his mother said, walking out of the room to see what was happening. She spoke into closed fists, so her voice seemed both amplified and muffled. Harry backed past her and stopped. He wouldn't leave his shocked mother here to defend herself. "Dear Harry," the man spoke as he stopped the incantations. Here was drawn out, but his name spoken proper. "You know what I'm here for." "Me," Harry squeaked out. His mother surprised him by swinging some kind of pole with a sharp hook on it towards the Hatman, hard and fast. Should have caught the thing right in the knee of its long, spindly leg. The mini scythe, which Harry made out to be out as he sat in court as a fire poker, shattered at its midfaction on contact. His mother seemed to fly into a wall with a small cry. The Hatman came closer, but Harry stood, sure of himself, ready for his fate. "Just leave my mother alone, you mean old bastard," he growled. It was my camera," his mother said, stopping the thing in his tracks. He bent at his legs to turn his body to peer at his mother. "The camera was mine. I let him borrow it, but I never gave it to him." He turned back. "Could you see me in the photo, dear child?" He shook his head no. "Well, dear boy, we are done for now." The Hatman turned to his mother. "No," Harry shouted. "Stay back," his mother screamed at him. "Live and tell the story of the dangers of the Hatman. No one can ever call for him again." The man took his normal-sized hands to Harry's mother's head and then opened his gaping maw. One moment the Hatman had no mouth. The next it was large, rounded, and cornered. Within it were a series of flat molars filling the entire mouth, not one sharp tearing tooth. Nevertheless, when the Hatman placed his mother's head into his mouth, her face down upon his lolling tongue, as the fist trickled down Harry's leg and the horror welled deep inside his chest, he expected the Hatman to rip her head right off, but he didn't. Instead, the creature used his thumb to push her head further back, as if he was simply popping in a piece of candy. Then he took hold of the sides of her body and slid her further in. There was no chewing, and Harry could discern no attempt to swallow. Soon all that hung out of his mouth out was his mother's bottom and her legs. He should have gone for them. He should have pulled her back out. Harry cursed himself for not doing something. But he couldn't have even paid attention to the golden puddle that lied at his feet, much less moved in time to save his mother. Her bottom slid in, and the Hatman tilted his head back so the rest followed, as if he had just stuffed her down a laundry chute. He closed his mouth and smiled at Harry with his horrible flat horse teeth before he walked away. Or he should have. In his memory, he walked out through the door and popped out of existence. Now the tape kept rolling as the Harry of the past collapsed to the floor, screaming for his mother. And the Hatman never walked away. He just continued staring, right into the camera from above it. There was plenty of talk about his mother being attacked by nothing, floating in midair, popping out of existence. But none of them saw him, and how lucky they were. Then the Hatman once again popped out of existence, and the doors to the courtroom swung open, clashing against their respective walls. Someone shouted, someone cried, the judge called for order, banging his gavel furiously. But not one person in the court noted the intruder. No one except Harry. No, Harry moaned, finally getting it. It had been his camera to catch the Hatman last. He couldn't see the Hatman through his mother's camera because she had been right. It had never been his. And they couldn't see him through the security footage because the camera belonged to Ben, whom the Hatman had made disappear 2 hours after his mother. Now it was his turn. It was past 5-hour time limit, long past. The bailiff held him by the arm. He was aware that somewhere in a distant land he was screaming. However, he also wasn't screaming. His teeth clenched tight. He looked at the Hatman and smirked. You're late. I wanted to make a scene. Harry closed his eyes, though he was aware they were also wide with terror as he fell to the floor once more in panic and fear, pissing himself all over again. He held out his arms, but didn't, and to the Hatman said, Take me to my mom. As you wish, dear child. The end. And that is the Hatman. The Hatman was inspired by multiple things. Well, we haven't played with her yet. Multiple things. Other than, of course, being inspired by creepypasta, the Hatman's look. I had just finished watching some important episode of a show I barely ever watched, a regular show, and had Pops in it. And Pops is this weird, gangly, round-looking man. I was like, that is a horrifying body type. I mean, I know most of the show is anthropomorphic people, animals, some zombie-looking chunky dude, and a anthropomorphic gumball machine. But just Pop's body design, if that was in real life, would be all grotesque. I was like, that'd be an interesting monster, and that's what it came up with. These are all... I believe this belongs to her old form. This belongs to her old form. This came with the anime, by the way. Forgot to drive this one around. And the glider and fall come from season 9, chapter 1, so all around her time. The glider's actually hers. What am I doing? Oh, Ashley and the shotgun, right? Where am I? And my brain freaking dumb. There it is. That was ironically one of my least violent stories I've written for horror, but I wanted it to be more disturbing than violent. I was hoping the whole boar sitting there at the end would just make you go, what the fluff, and make you not want to read it anymore. Or read in some kind of horror movie, or morbid, not morbid obsession. I can't tell if the werewolf is back on. I'd be making me kind of sad if the werewolf's not back on, because that's my usual plan for once we're out of missions. It's like a one-hit kill right off the bat that'll drain shields like nothing. I'll stick with this, I guess. Actually, no. Let's do this all the way up, then take this. Then compare it. Well, no, because honestly, the first shot is so good. So good. We're gonna play with it. I only purchased that because I need to. So Curdle's Cream Leader is over here. I need to purchase items from him too. 2 items. That's all money? That's all money. Let's go see if the werewolf stuff is back on, or they still have them off. Because honestly, come on, Fortnite, that was such a good thing. I don't care that it miscolors what's her name's skin. It's an accident. Just let us play with our werewolves. It doesn't appear to be on. Bam. Turn it back on, Fortnite. Yeah, they're not even down here anymore. Lame. No werewolves. Well, there's no werewolves. I'm not sure how often I'm going to be on here. Outside of when I have an enough amount of... Oh, let's run. A little too much excitement over here. Let's see what's going on over here. Oh, you're perfect. Come here. Come here, perfect. Perfect, stop running. Listen, courage. Oh my god, stop dodging, jerk. Go over to Curdle Stream Leader. I mean, I would like to play every day and get on with reading, but honestly, I'm here for the Wolf Claws. Without the Wolf Claws, this Halloween's not empty, but it's not, you know, as fun as it was. So, whatever they miscolor people, it's a glitch. It's not racist. Just let it be for now. Fix the glitch when you figure it out. We got a week of Fortnightmares left. Don't ruin it by overreacting to a stupid glitch. Damn. Oh well. I got what I needed, I believe. I don't remember. I think I got a level up. The level ups are so quiet. I think I got one, but honestly, they're not in my face. There it is. And we got a bone. Let's go ahead and load the bones on some people, and then we'll head into our thing. Let's see. Actually, we could put the bone on all of them. I'm gonna leave his on because he's got that weapon he actually uses. I still got something on my career lighted up. What did I get on my career? What does it say? Come back. The end of everything takes a little backbone. Okay. Go ahead and put that on for that, and I'll go ahead and like this for Hollow Eves. Did I save? I saved, right? I don't know if I saved. I'll save again. And that's pretty much it. With that, we will go ahead and load up our monster randoms, which is going to be Halloween Penny. Come on, dude. Frustration Lane, Demon Dog, and Deathfall. What's here? Friend Shaped? Beat every character during chapters 3, season 4. We got everybody? Holy cow. Let's look up who we got in our collections now. Okay, we have. We don't have everybody. What the hell? We're missing whoever this is, and whoever this is, but okay. It's crazy. Rustler, hey there, varmint. Get a wheel on, because Rustler wants you to help make sure the island's animals are apple pie order. Not sure what that means, but good luck. Because I got Kit the other day. Kit's a genius at building machines and fighting evil, so I not a therapist to his resume. Look at Meowscles and Links to reconnect. If he has to put them in time out to do it, Links? Well, there's a revelation. We always thought that Meowscles and Lynx might have some kind of relationship going on there. Lynx is the lady who had Meowscles as a poster in her workshop, and she was a kind of a Catwoman ripoff with a technological advanced suit, and with that is Kit her kid, because that's a little weird. Got a little too far into the furry verse there. We also have Chrome Punk, which was somewhat new, I believe. Hacking and carving a path to victory. Chrome Punk is a renowned pioneer in the underground Gordcore music scene. What was that beep I just heard? His attitude is unmatched, except by his brother, Punk, with whom he had a falling out. Oh, he's Punk's bro. So we are missing 2. 15 and 23. Wait a minute. Yeah, I know who they are. Not showing up here for some reason. We did meet them. This has to be Ash and the other dude. Weird. Where's my fish at? Missing a few fish. No, get out of there. Item shop last night, not much. You can get Curdle Stream Leader, which is a really good one. Teach yourself, Reaper, 5 flames, some custom. Galaxy Pack, I don't know why that's over Halloween. Jelly again. Oh, and I completely forgot the Uverse did release a freaking pack, and it was kind of meh compared to the trailer it gave. It had nothing to do with the story, and it was last year. Chapter 2, Season 8, Frankenstein's Bride. She's okay looking, she looks good. Kind of gross looking. She is a body put together by other bodies. But, I mean, like, there's nothing on her. There's no power look to her. It's just kind of a moderately close thing. They could have made her look a lot cooler. She just looks normal. Frankenstein monster looks like Frankenstein's monster. I don't know what more you'd expect for that, but he's what I would expect. Kind of look like. Grave Robber, which does have these, and they all have the black and white kind of scratchy style. Stitched up. You have the mummy, which is weird because the mummy in the preview was a lady, so I don't know if she's also here somewhere. Mummy has kind of a cool face out of the group. I like his face, and he's probably the better of the 3 wraps so far, 3 characters. Plus, for 60, these guys are 1,200, and if you buy one and the other, 12, 5, 6, 7, 8, 1,900. Whereas 1,600, you get the mummy, his mummy, smaller coffins. Don't open it up, you're not going to like what you see. His raw staff, and his mummified black and white wrap, which is cool. So considering that he is the cooler of the 3, it's kind of interesting he is the only one with an actual set. Charlie and Marius are back out. Marius is from Chapter 1. No, Chapter 2, I'm sorry, Season 6. And this is Chapter 1, Season X. Very bright and colorful. I think she was in a reference to that new star place that showed up towards the end of the chapter. Nothing really interesting there. You can get Ash, you can get Black Adam. It's not 1,700, it's 1,700 for me now, so I bought Ted's on the other day. Super expensive Mr. Mystiques and Queen Summer, as well as Nakamorty. Jack Hollowhead. Me and my son just watched Johnny Depp's Sleepy Hollow the other day. It's always fun. Oh my god, I didn't realize Johnny Depp's Sleepy Hollow, the town's cast is like mostly Harry Potter. One of them is Alfred from Batman. The other one is freaking Emperor Palpatine from Star Wars. What the hell is that cast? Other than that, it is a good movie. We do have this. I think 5. We can get this real quick. That looks very familiar. Like I've seen that picture, but it was different. I don't know why. Okay. Google Mom, we're going to turn you off for a moment. Oh, wrong one. Oh, I might as well show the other things I got. This is Ash. Full screen. Ash shows Ash coming out. Originally, it's supposed to be like a lady down here, right? But the hands here look like Dyer, right? This is like a werewolf claws coming out of them. So it looks like Dyer's hands while Ash is trying to chainsaw him. In the background is Dyer in human form, which is Jonesy. If you didn't know, Dyer is a werewolf in Back to Jonesy who has several transformations. Excuse me. Likely what happens after Jonesy was Jonesy copy, or maybe Jonesy the First was infected by werewolves. Is split it into 2 different characters, one who's a werewolf and one who's just Jonesy the First, or whoever was not infected. Also behind them is a last from season 8. I don't remember her name. She's Treasure Hunter, maybe. Other than that, it's just stuff that's in the cabin. I think that's the only one I have that you haven't seen. Some of these are still coming as Chapter 3, Season 3, by the way. See, 3-3, what the hell? 3-3. Okay, anyway. Getting here, let's turn this off, and so I can read. Oh god, everything's been rearranged by the new things. Where the frick is it? It's not archived. Let's just listen to this. I can't find the one I was just going to turn off the music with. So our next one is Wind in Their Nose. The title is from a John Denver song. Well, it's from the John Denver song's lyrics. I think The Battle Is Over is the name of the song, where John Denver, the late John Denver, sings about, hunting. So I was inspired one day while reading something a long time ago. A long time ago, there was this lady named Sarah Palin, and she tried to become president. And she was just trying to, this intro between, this kind of middle range intro between the stupidity of George Bush era conservatism and the evil of today's Trump conservatism. She was both. And she kind of heralded in what is today's conservative GOP cult. And for the longest time, she's freaking Alaska's governor. Poor Alaska. You guys voted her in. But one of the things she did was aerial hunt. And aerial hunt is this unfair hunting where you use a freaking airplane or other aircraft vehicle to hunt wolves with rifles from above where they can't get to you. You don't have to use any skill other than aiming. And it's pretty terrible. I don't think hunting in the first place should happen in less in dire certain situations or in need of food. And when you're hunting wolves, you're not doing it to cull the pack. You're not doing it to hunt for food or warmth. You're doing it for sport. Sport hunting should be outlawed, in my opinion. It's terrible and gross and just another travesty of human stupidity and fetishism. It's a fetish, just like guns are. But that rant aside, her hunting wolves that way inspired this. This is The Wind in Their Nose. This is a fairly short one. I think I might split it into 2 parts. That'll be it. I rode the blowing wind as it rushed through and rough. Sorry about that. My fur. Paws digging into the earth and spraying it behind me, the pebbles of our mother bouncing off my thighs. My brother ran beside me, tongue lolling out the side of his wide grin, enjoying the meaningless frolic as much as I was. Ahead of us, the mountainside was almost too flat, the grass almost silver in the moon. Oh god, what the hell just happened? Why did this turn back on? We need to get to something that is third party and will silence itself. Where is my freaking... Did they remove the marshmallow one? What the hell? There it is. Now quiet. Watching my brother race beside me, I wondered if I looked up to him or if he looked up to me more. We were best friends as much as we were family. Ever since our mother disappeared, we had lived together and taken care of each other, hunting and killing and surviving together. My brother had a grayish golden coat, in strong contrast to my darker gray one, most likely because we were born of different fathers. He was almost a whole year younger than me, both of us being a rare one-pup litters, and together we learned to live. Still, despite being younger, my brother was probably a lot smarter than I was. Stronger and faster, too. Without me, he'd survive. Without him, I'm not sure I'd do too well. What would happen if we ever found a mate? If he ever found a mate? I guess just have to see what fate would have in store. The mountains turned into a plain. Ahead of us, woods rose into rolling hills. The scents of grass and pollen, dirt and animals around us filled their nostrils, threatening to distract me from our rush through the chill of the night. Luckily, our bellies were full from our glorious kills, both of us having downed a rabbit each. So not being nor cover distracted us as we ran through the dwindling forests that were our home, dwindling because the tall, two-legged creatures with no fur cut them down to make them into their homes. We ran for so long I forgot danger even existed to us, masters of this land and hunters of the night. until terror came from the skies on white wings that glinted under the sun. Even then we didn't run because we didn't know what we saw. The two-legged creatures often flew the big buzzing birds, some of them as large as their towering homes within the city. Rarely were they ever flown this low, this close to the treetop. The bird passed us and turned, coming back again, probably as curious about us as we were of it. The side of the bird drew open. From his pale-skinned two-legged creatures with a long flowing brown mane. Okay. From it, a pale-skinned two-legged creature with a long flowing brown mane slid out with something pressed to her eye above a long shiny pole. I barely barked out the warning about the thunderstick when its blast echoed through the forest, causing both of us to hunch and flee. The buzzing grew, as did the thunderous booms, the creature's weapon. Tree bark around us exploded. Metal talons that flew from the thunderstick caused plumes of smoke to rise around us from holes on the ground. Yeah, we're gonna pause right there. I don't think I need to explain too much about what's going on there. We are lockered up and we're ready to go. What do we need to do next? You're done with the ones that give us things, and done with almost all the rest of them. What are we, like an hour and a half in? Jesus. 2 hours in, actually, almost. Destroy objects with a pumpkin launcher, huh? So, Curdle's Scream Leader is around this area, and we'll go to him and get pumpkin launcher. And it says destroy items, so fun. Who's shooting at me? $100. Oh, that was a terrible shot. Okay, so somewhere around here is where Curdle Scream Leader will be. We'll grab him, we'll grab a rocket launcher, and we'll go blow up items. Objects? Oh, I have a message. I'll check that when I die. I don't see anything new with 0 point. It's been a while since I was over him. Where's he at? Somewhere over here somewhere. I'm good, thank you. I have this. I'm good. Thank you. I need more pumpkins. Oh no, I finished. I guess I don't need more pumpkins. Okay, guys, we are finito on the Halloween stuff for today, I believe. Finito. Weekly, we have one left. And shields on mountain mushrooms, which is over here, so we'll go ahead and head that way. I do like his peace offering, though. It's nice to have cool people on. A game that's chill. Yeah, if this had been like competitive mode, that would have been like a big no-no, but this is not competitive mode. Okay, we can head over to the blimp maybe, and once we're in the blimp, just still hovering over tilted here, evacuating the city. Fly away. Do 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 do. Speaking of John Denver, fly away. Yep, excuse you. Get your fox ass up into the air, boy. Do, 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 do. It says I only need to do it once, so once we land in this bouncing mushroom, we'll be done with weeklies too. The hell? We'll have to play and read. So unhappy with the fact that we don't have Wait, it says I did, didn't I? Did I not? Uh-oh. There we go. Oh, well, chromed. Oh. Make it chrome. I need chrome, then I need to go bounce. Should be able to control something around here. Try the tree trees are usually pretty good. In fact, actually... Oh, they fixed that. Infocked. See if the slurp shroom is right there still. Better reload and recharge and yeah. Let's chrome everything around here. And do this. And that's it. That is all my weekly quests. We are caught up in everything and meh. Daily. Destroy chrome structures. Okay. Does that not count? Okay, so I need to destroy actual building? What is this? Well, the wolf is having a time over here, but it's not like we can wolf. Damn. I thought he missed me too. Okay, we'll continue to read now. Let's make sure the music isn't something annoying. Oh, we got a star. We got 10 stars. Cool. Um, 12. We should be able to unlock the next 2 items, and then we'll have him. I don't know if we can access the lady right off the bat because we have this one right here digitized. That's all we got left is him. We need 9 more, and we got him. Not really what I call. Let's look at the recent stuff on here actually and see if there's anything I want to add. I completely forgot to add Ash, by the way. I need to do that. Might as well add that too then. Oh my god. Nah. Recent. No. Nah. Recent. Not really. None of that's really horrifying. Or horror related. Ash. Oh, I did add you. Okay. Oh, somehow we got to shuffle. Okay. The shadow of this is part 2 of the wind in their nose. The shadow of the sky steed above took us, and my brother broke away. I knew at once he was right to do so. The beast could only chase one of us at a time, and if she was after me, he could run free and survive and spread stories of the two-legged ones who rode on the wings of their white birds to strike us down. I found peace with the idea of giving my life for my brothers, but instead the shadow was lifted from my path as the buzzing bird pulled away. No, I whimpered. It turned after my brother, leaving me to live instead. The two-legged hunting style made no sense to me. Never did you leave behind the slower and weaker prey to chase the stronger and faster one, but here it was, leaving me, the easy kill, behind. Both the bird and my brother were too fast. I could never catch up, and as soon as I heard the bird rise in speed and buzz away, I hoped and prayed to our mother that the hunter had given up. But when I crawled through the next brush, I saw the demon, the two-legged beast with long hair and breast of a female, standing over the bloodied, emotionless body of my brother, holding the thunderstick at its side. The creature brought a black stone to its face and moaned into it, the speech of the two-legged beast, an ugly and weak-sounding speech for such terrifying creatures. I should have ran. I should have feared it, but I was numb at having lost my best friend, the one person in my life I had always needed. So I just sat and watched it. It crouched, a metal talon now in its hand. I expected it to feast upon him as we had done upon the rabbit, but instead it mutilated him. The creature used the blade to hack at my brother's throat, through his bony spine, and pull off his head, doing much the same to each paw before it used the tool to cut through the flesh and peel it off, leaving behind the meat which would have been a good feast for such a kill, but was obviously not what the creature had come for. I was perplexed by the hunter who hunted not for the kill but for the sport of games, not to eat but to reap what she couldn't use. From the woods came a giant black fox, which the two-legged creatures more normally used to hunt us from, and from it stepped out another creature. It nodded towards me, its mane reaching down as fuzz around its chin, but missing mostly from the top of his head, moaning something at the other. The hunter shook his head, handing the other the skin of my brother, so he could pick up its head before piling back into the black box, which drove away, leaving me alone with that which had once been within my brother. I walked over to my brother's body, his soul already one with our mother, and noticed his bloodied, skinless corpse with a whimper, stirring his cooling life force upon my muzzle. Raising my head to the rising silver bead of the sky that was mother's son, I cried long and loud, overriding even the distant sound of the buzzing bird. What cruel fates allowed creatures to hunt for not need but for lust, to lose our grand homes so they can make scrolls to be rid upon? Why should my brother pay for the toll of their wickedness? What gods do these demons of the metal answer to, for they care not of the mother, or the life she has given us? They are perverts of our circle, cancer to our cause. In the end I learned to walk and hunt by myself, no one by my side. Always my brother's lolling tongue in my memory. Never did I run again. instead waiting for death so that I might join him when I too join Mother. The end. Told you that was a short one. 2 readings. We are at 2 hours and 11, so I won't abandon before 3. We have very little left to do. So, what we are going to do is go milestones and... Oh my god, damage opponents, eliminate opponents are done. So we can fish some. 5 out of 20, 6 out of 22 out of 24 out of 20, 9 out of 20, 15 out of 20 outlast opponents. This top 10, 5 out of 20. So the latest we are on is outlast opponents. Honestly, what we're going to do is we're going to hit into Battle Lab. And we're going to have one more reading, so this will last for a while. We're going to... not Battle Lab, what am I thinking? Hit into Team Rumble. We're going to have one more story to read. This story is going to be a little longer. Not at quite the longest, but lengthier than that was. A lot lengthier than that was. So every time we come out of... what the hell? That's not what I chose. Team Rumble. Every time we come out of Team Rumble, we'll read 3-4 pages. And that should lengthen up to the end of this thing. Now, the problem I have is I wanted to do the wolf hunts again. 7 days till the end of Halloween, and there's no wolf walls, and I'm kinda unhappy about that. Hold on, I'm having a message. That's stupid. My son better not be falling for internet hoax things. There's some video going around of quote-unquote Germany showing up in Ukraine, and it's basically people in Nazi uniforms. Like, no. Germany wouldn't be wearing that shit. Carrying around iron crosses. Oh, that reminds me. So there's this... Okay, so we have a unique issue in the Pride groups. As you know, we have LGBA, the LGBA Alliance, which are anti-trans gay people. But even more hypocritical than that are the anti of themselves. During the 90s and during the 2016s when we got a right to marry as queer people, we had the anti-gay rights gay people. It baffles and perplexes me. It's like, what the fuck even? This doesn't quite fit a Ghostbuster, but okay. Well, the other day we had an transgender person post, right? And, yeah. But in her posting time, after she was done posting, people noticed that in the background was the Black Sun. Now, anybody even with a semblance of knowledge of World War II knows what the Black Sun is. It's these black circles surrounded by edged lines that look like almost like a swastika, uber swastika or something, with the Black Sun in the middle. It is an SS symbol. If you don't know what the SS is for some reason, maybe you live in Texas, they don't let you get any education about racism. The SS was the German super Nazi, was German special group, special forces. They did a lot of the hunting down and murdering Jewish people. A lot of the secret agent stuff they had going was run through SS. They were evil people. And so this lady has a SS symbol in her background. It's like, could she be any more obvious how evil you people are? And I don't know why or how she's transgender. I believe some people turn transgender not for the reason they need to, but for the reason of popularity and stuff like that. Caitlyn Jenner. Just like some people are claim to be gay, but possibly aren't, just so they can claim to be gay. Is there a group of people who would change gender just so they could disparage transgender? Yes, the conservatives are evil, and they would go to such terms to promote their evil. That's not too far a rate for them to go. I wouldn't be surprised if that video, which was supposedly on TikTok, my son showed me, by the way, the supposed Nazis entering Ukraine was pushed by the Russians, who run his little iFunny app he insists on watching. Because they are very insistent that the Nazis are who they are fighting, as they murder most of the Ukrainians who don't agree with them. And then dig them into Nazi-like graves full of people. Mass graves. I haven't been in here in a while. Anyway, you have a chance to read, and you say, listen to it, and you say the battle's over by John Denver. I promise you it's good. The guy was an amazing singer. It's too bad he went out the way he did, but honestly, in today's world, if he was still around, he probably wouldn't be happy. I have another message I needed to check. It's on Facebook, right? And I will do this. Yeah. Oh, is it in here? Okay, we are a Ghostbuster with our evil flower on the back. And lots of creakiness around me for some reason. See if we can't upgrade our overchrome rifle here in a minute. Wait, why don't I have an Everchrome rifle? Always forget I can do this. Ah, my bat's invisible. What the hell? Oh god. Well, there may be extra ball in this mode. Chachi in the butt. Assist. This is not actually in here. Jesus, I didn't know that blob was a blob. I thought that was a rock. Okay, Neo. This is a good grinding area for XP. Bunch of hundreds. We have 52 of 100. Damn, I limit the shadow of the sky. Okay, return to the lobby and let's get on reading. Let me talk to my friend real quick. I had a friend said, "Do you have a lawyer? You might want to consult one over the people who had similar stories to me." And no, I don't have one. I don't not gonna chase after them. I don't. I think it's a coincidence that their stories are extremely similar to mine. And honestly, people of retail can't afford lawyers, which is probably not a coincidence. Someone else, I'm not going to mention names, said, "This happens all the time. I would go ahead and use it. I just can't be copyrighted. There's a saying amongst author community, everything has been done before, but it has been done by you, your voice, from your perspective. That's what makes it original." Another one posted, "I think I know how you feel, and it's not a great feeling. I've been working on a story for a handful of years now. In the beginning, I'd never heard of another story that sounded quite like mine. Individual element, for sure, but not the exact combination of elements, and thus the story was whole. Then last year, I stumbled upon a book on Goodreads that had a synopsis that hit me like a punch to the stomach. Pretty much all key elements mentioned, and the premise itself could have been from my book. I felt like trashing the entire project because who would read my book when a similar story had already been published? When I thought about it, all stories are like dishes. They are all made from the same variety of ingredients available in the world. Some have a lot of ingredients, some only a few. A pinch of this, a pinch of that, still every dish is unique. But even with the same ingredients, the same dish would taste different when it's cooked by different chefs. Heck, even with her own recipe, I can't nail my stepmom's pasta just the way she does. While I love them both, they are different experiences to me, and I would so glad to eat both of them instead of only one of them. You may feel that your story has already been done. Chances are, with 8 billion people in the world, at least one other person will pick up the same key elements you did. Yeah, okay. Oh, damn, she writes long. I'm not reading the whole thing. So, I'm going to do it, you know? I'm making the decision. I'm going to go ahead and do it. I'm going to eventually get my anthro novel out. Furries, listen. I'm going to eventually get my anthro novel out. I'm going to publish it, and I think that if I have enough money at the time, I'm going to get some furry artists to make the cover for it. I'd like a actual furry artist who is a fan of this kind of thing make the covers for it, the series. So it'll be kind of anime cartoonish looking, and I'll go ahead and post them eventually. It's gonna be just like my Bite series now, but it's about 6 uh, novels long. I don't know about the length of the novels each. I haven't actually looked at their length in a while, but I think all in all, I think there is a chance I will go ahead and do it. That said, today we are reading, and not just answers from people who saw my posts. This will be our last story for the evening. It is a handful of pages long, about more than a dozen, I think. This is called The Lake. Um, I honestly don't know what. Oh no, I do know what inspired this. One day I had a dream, and the dream was this weird dream about a thing in my armor. I don't have armors. The thing in my armor freaked me out, and it was not freaked me out that I remembered the friggin' dream, which doesn't always happen. So I thought about writing about it, but I was like, oh, this isn't much of a story. So I started building around the story and it became something completely different. One monster turned into another monster. And it's all just this weird experience that a lot of my horror stories end up being, where it's interjected horror experiences. This is called The Lake. Again, this one doesn't have its own division, so I'll be dividing it between 3 and 4 pages. The buzzing sound woke him up. It started off low and ignorable, but turned into a screech that threatened to wake up his wife if it wasn't stopped. Thick-headed with sleep, James batted around the cool wood of his nightstand for the source of the noise. His hand swatted aside a bottle of Tylenol, a reading lamp, and he nearly lost his glasses before catching them with his same hand. Sitting up, he unfolded his glasses and set them on his nose, finally fingering the off button in the small black radio with its registered lock, bringing the metallic squelch to the end. The house was quiet except for the soft breathing of his bed-bound loved one. It was a good thing she couldn't be roused too easily. Sunday was her day off, and he'd hate to ruin it. It was family tradition to sleep in on Sundays and not plan a thing. This wasn't due to it being a Sabbath or anything. James wasn't religious and his wife was agnostic. Sunday was just a day to ignore what worried everyone else for the rest of the week. It was unusual that anyone would be getting up before dawn, much less at 4:30 in the morning. Climbing out of bed, he slid off a pair of his white boxers and tossed them into the dirty hamper nearby before making his way to the bathroom. The reason, he thought, sitting down for a quick piss, was because it was his older son's birthday. He was 15, and one thing he'd like to do is fish. So for his 15th birthday, instead of asking for an over-expensive video game like he normally did, Alex had requested a day of father-son fishing, specifying that it would be only one son and one parent, which left Jesse, his beloved sleeping auburn-haired beauty, alone for the day with Brent, their 3-year-old. After emptying his bladder, wiggling the equipment to get the last few drops out, James rose and turned to the nearby shower. Running the water, he waited for it to heat, liking a near scalding temperature, while running a dry toothbrush across his pearly whites. He'd be out in 30 minutes, and he could brush when they returned later that day. Climbing into the shower, seeing the heat scorched his body and its California tan, James ducked to run the water through his short, dirty blonde hair. Showers were one of his favorite pastimes, a time to relax, let the heat enwrap his body, and let the vapor coat every surface of him, as well as every reflective object in the room. Leaning against the far wall of his shower, he breathed in the moisture in and loosened every muscle he could to relax. Then he got to scrubbing away the sweat of the night. His shampoo and body wash were similar, laced with hints of chemicals that made his body feel cool in the complete aversion to the heated water. The shampoo was peppermint, as well as the usual floral arrangements, and by the time he scrubbed and washed his head, tingled delightfully. His body was an Axe brand that was mixed in with menthol, an ingredient he was only familiar with as being a flavor in cigarettes. This didn't make his body tingle more than it made it almost uncomfortably cold. More so as he rubbed the soap around his genitals, quickly arousing his interest in play. Finished and dried off, he noted he was still hard. He could slide back into bed with a quick session for the wife. He wouldn't mind waiting for one. The time was precious, and Alex would be waiting. Out in the room, the cold air bit his nude body, enhancing and cooling chemicals' effect, at the same time killing his arousal. Quickly walking across their cherry wood floor and into his private armoire, he opened it, giving James a start. He closed his eyes, while backing away. What he had just seen couldn't have been there. A body, but not human. At least he didn't think it had been one. Even though he didn't shave, it had been bent with legs over its heads, his hands out front supporting its weight. But it had no face, no fingers, no toes. Its feet had been fronted by one large flower-like suction cup each, and his knob-like hands were covered in some kind of British rash. Worst of all, the things lacked a face. It had a pale head where its shoulders... It had a pale head between his shoulders, but nothing on it other than more of that rash covering his skin. But in the second he had seen it seemed to pulse and stretch under bony movement. He took hold of himself, breathed slowly, and let his eyes open slowly. Nothing within there are more, other than a dozen or so shirts hanging from their usual wooden pole. James sighed at the waking dream. But what a thing to dream. Not one for nightmares. His bad dreams that had come were usually about his children and the fear of ever having to lose one of them. His worst dream, until now, was one where Alex was easily lost in a mall crowd. This dream had reoccurred on several occasions, and he never did find his son, which made him a bit obsessive-compulsive about his child's whereabouts in the mall, even now at age 15. Still, a little creeped out by the non-existent monster in the closet, he slowly walked up to the armoire and stood out the door the rest of the way, hoping that he wouldn't find another horror awaiting him. He only found his track clothes, a pair of thin track pants and a wife beater. which was his outfit for all outdoor activity. Grabbing these, he decided on a pair of sandals, closed the wooden monster's doors, and headed out in the hall. Okay, we'll pause there. Oh my. Dyslexia is really tearing that one apart. The HD is on point. Probably because I had long coffee. Let's go ahead and just hit this, because it's going to take your time. So if this is the last reality coming at us with Chrome, do you think cubes will show up again? And do we really want them to show up already? It's only been a few months, right, since we lifted the map? Hey, wait. Our helmet's not on. What the hell? Our helmet was on a few minutes ago. Did that come off when we did this? Huh. Let's see. We'll head out and just play around. I think we can fish over here, actually. If I remember correctly, there's some fishing we can do. Catch items while fishing. I'll catch fishy while fishing. Well, we're still without the helmet. I swear we were on the helmet on the main page, but okay. I honestly don't remember if we were with helmet or not when we loaded. So guys, as we were talking about my Anthro story, it's going to, the whole entire series is Popoki Island. And when you come read it, you'll see some similarities between it and some more popular stories from more popular writers. But hopefully you Anthros will like it, you furries, buzzbutts. I have been asked, since I write stuff like that, and since I like furry art on my Twitter page, I don't spend enough time on my Facebook page, if I'm a furry. And the answer is, partially. Do I dress up in full-ass animal costumes and go to fur cons? No. Boom, headshot. So yeah, no, I don't do that. I am a furry to the point that I like Anthro movies, Anthro art, Anthro books, some Anthro books. I don't read enough of those, actually. Manga, anime, that's the thing. I'm getting into Beast Stars, which seems interesting. I'm a little iffy about its stop motion look. Like, I'm not a big fan of the stop motion look, but it's not terrible looking. I'm also a little iffy about the CG look. Like, these days we're getting more CG anime, and I'm more into drawn anime, and the thing kind of balances between drawn and CG anime, and I don't know if I like it. Wait, is that all that gave me? Oh. Ooh. One moment, guys. Okay, I'm back. Oh, we were supposed to go fishing. How far are we out from the circle? Oh, we're inside the circle. Come here, Holy. I will see now. No, get your ass. Why? This is happening all day long. Get your ass back here. Hi, you missed. And now, since I put my butt on you, you love me. You're such a dog. Yeah. So, Squeaky was up here. Hi, Chi-Chi's up here, by the way. I didn't even see you come up here. Oh, yeah, I did. You scared me earlier. So, oh, what is this? Battle scene. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. But, you know, that's very fidget toy-ish for us. Say hello to something I actually haven't seen. There's conks on my land from Coral Castle. I was here for a fishing expedition. What were we talking about before I got interrupted? I can't remember now. Yeah. Oh, fishing. I'm here for fishing. Some fish, puppy. Let's see if I can grab some fish for you. Grab some not fish for me. There's the other fish, puppy. Oh, more fish. Is my dog literally waiting for the fish to pop out? This is kind of cute. I just need to fish in the regular water and get as many items as I can. I think cans count. Besides, I think I already got the thing I was getting. First blue spotlight. Okay, we'll go ahead and go play now. That's enough. That. Hello. All of you. Metal's gonna get to where I can't burn half the stuff I want to burn. How can I pick you up? But. Fire! Fire! I have a 6. That's our max. Excuse me. Oh, right. Freaking what's his name's down here for some reason. Oh, the cabin on mysterious visit. Or food pop up. Actually, I'm not where I thought it was. The other end of the circle. Well, wolf howl. Ooh, now we'll play the pumpkin. Ooh. Oh, I misjudged that. Well then, that was dumb of me. Okay, next list. Still a little creeped out by the noises monster in the closet. He slowly... Oh, I already did that. Alex... Alex, his auburn-haired child, who was a spitting image of his mother, if his mother had the jawline of a boy, was already in the living room, downstairs finishing off a bowl of Cinnamon Toast Crunch and watching cartoons with the volume on low as not to rouse his brother. It was some kind of anime James had seen before, but couldn't remember the name of. In it, a half-demon swordsman rolling a sword made out of a full demon's tooth was facing off against a dark-haired villain who was a full demon, who had a thing for insects, or maybe was an insect? James wasn't sure. Along with the hero was a young schoolgirl who reminded the hero of his lost love, a warrior woman with size-changing fox thing, and a monk with a curse that put what was basically a black hole in the middle of his hand. "Morning," James said from behind. His son jumped off the couch with a smile as he ran to hug his dad. James hoped that Alex never got tired of hugging, because he wouldn't. "You ready?" His son nodded. "Got our fishing poles ready, and the tackle box. Are we still stopping by the bait store?" Alex's voice was enthusiastic and hope-filled, a sound James hadn't heard from his adult friends in a long time. Wondered if you lost enthusiasm or hope once you started working for a living. Nothing like real worms to catch fish with. He looked around the room. The house had an impressive feel to it, despite being nothing more than a dream that monster was engraved on his memory, there to throw off his entire day. "Everything okay down here?" Alex nodded whilst he started to pick up what he could carry out of a pile of tackle boxes, fishing poles, and bags. Shrugging off the feeling, James gathered a backpack of canned sodas, shoveling in a handful of sandwiches made for them the night before from the fridge. It was 5:10 when they backed out of the driveway. Their boat hitched up into the dark and cloudy morning, a perfect time to fish in. On the way through mostly unpopulated plains, then woods, James swore he kept seeing things at the edge of his vision. A shadow moving into the trees, something almost darting in the streets. Alex was asking if something was okay as he slowed down for one of these apparitions when he saw something fleshy in his rearview mirror, out of the corner of his eye, as if it had been in the back seat, but he glanced directly at the mirror and nothing was there. A little freaked out, I guess. Very bad dream. It was closing in on 6 when they arrived at the sprawling lake. The lake was so large you could barely see the shore of the other side in the daytime, or the dam on the side that helped keep the lake full. Now a few twinkling lights in the distance. The lake itself was nearly a perfect circle, or maybe a perfect donut as 10-yard wide island centered the lake, a popular spot for partiers and picnics. There were no official docks on this quarter of the lake, forcing James to back his boat as carefully as he could into the water off the rocky shore, then set his F-150 into park as he climbed out to lead the old boat out of the trailer by hand. When the boat caught water, it attempted to pull away with inertia. He let it take him with him into the lake, soaking his clothes with the chilly water before he managed to pull himself on board. Starting the engine, James pulled as close to shore as he dared before anchoring the boat. The mode of transportation was a 24-foot Calabria, a typical sports fisher, painted white with a navy line around it. Inside the boat was comfortable. The stern behind the driver's seat was surrounded by cushioned couch-like seating in nearly a 360 arrangement with a small table and with cup holders at the center. At the bow was a smaller pair of benches, and between the bow and where he'd sit to drive was a swivel chair, one on each side of the boat where they could sit for fishing. It was a vessel that he had won at auction, meant for lake boating, skiing, or whatever you wanted to do with it. Often James would take his family with him on it for a restful afternoon, maybe dinner. Other than that, it was used for fishing, which was something Alex enjoyed the most. James jumped off the boat and into the knee-deep water, making his way back to shore where his son was unloading the truck. "Okay, boat's anchored. Are the worms in the cooler?" Alex nodded. On the way to the lake, they had stopped by a bait vendor who specialized in fresh bait. The owner received a delivery of mixed small fish, worms, and even shrimp every day at 4 o'clock, and had the convenient drive-through window. Keeping the worms in the cooler, on the top of the ice, in their little white cup, would make them last longer, especially after the sun rose to bake the boat's occupants. James carried everything into the boat, keeping it out of the water, before hoisting his son onto the boat, who helped him load the styrofoam cooler. Once inside, he pulled an anchor using the automatic winch and started the engine, pointing the boat towards the center island. The boat had a sonar LED rigged out, which he flipped on. It wasn't great for marking fish, but it showed all large underwater masses and incoming land. This lake was clean of underwater debris, being mostly man-made. His biggest worry was shipwrecking themselves near the center island. 5 minutes into the cruise, he ran the boat to a stop, and once again dropped anchor, making sure he felt it hit bottom. There might not be much for it to hook upon smooth, free, clear bottom, but at least, especially with the quiet wind this morning, it weighed enough to keep them from drifting. Okay, we're going to stop there. Oh, hello. We got some Resident Evil action up here. We're just going to go into Zero Solos, I guess. Oh no, she got bit again. Oh, I got messages I wasn't checking. Hold on. Fortnite VR on Reddit. The award location burnt down the most goes to the Grim's Gables because of the freaking boss uses fire. Apparently, a Russian TV presenter called to drown Ukrainian kids, and now he feels sorry. Yeah, that's going to help. Why are these people nodding at me? I have one message I gotta read after this. Let's just jump and have a good old heavy on fight. Wait a minute, where are we? Oh, we're in the Sanctum. Yay, we can see, chill, in Chrome. Oh wait, have I shown y'all the portal yet? If you look down here, there's what appears to be a portal. See that? That looks like a portal to me. I don't know if I showed that yet. So we have the features of this cat. See? Alright. Okay then. I landed directly under the bus and I haven't seen a single person. Sorry, I'm being very quiet, aren't I? We may not have the claws, but we got the goop. Let's go goop on people. I can't believe PlayStation for Grenade had this out the other day and they were doing something weird with it. How dare they? I'm gonna call the Christian Brigade to come go get them. Don't do that, it's too weird. I heard violence over here. No, no. I got the freaking ship. Oh, not. Oh, I should have gotten a freaking thing out. I should have got the super rifle. DMR or something. Oh well, I can swear it everywhere. Yeah, no. Raid this. I can raid this. We're going this before with the claws. You can use the claws to really break them. I'll leave the claws. Are not on right now. Thank God that's why they're not on, by the way. Really? Oh my God, you can throw me. I'll help y'all. Where did it go? Is it dead? Did it die? Oh, it's... Zombies are still around, so... Is that it? Or is that people? My dude, where are you? Well, I don't know. Have at it, you. Get him. Beating up close might be the way to go with that guy, because they don't have the greatest aim when you're jumping at him. But he does have that mythic suppressor of him, so... You know. Take the risks. Oh my God, the mention, I think, in that post. No, come on. That's the same engine I had earlier. What the hell? Okay. James carried everything into the blah, 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 blah. Yeah. Not 1 second after setting anchor, his son was up front, struggling to get a squirming worm onto the hook of his little red and green pole. James smiled. Lightbait was definitely Alex's thing. James was more of a rubber or plastic bait guy. He'd humor his son for the day, but this early in the morning he didn't feel like struggling with anything that would fight back. Along with a can of cola, he retrieved a fat plastic lure that might not catch him much, but would allow the fun of fishing all the same. When his son finally pierced the worm near one end, James wasn't sure if it was his ass or his head. He easily hooked his fake bait and cast out. The sound of a really smooth plastic and metallic buzz of line and pole was refreshing. The two of them hadn't been out here in more than a month, allowing him to forget how much he enjoyed it. Another buzzing cast let him know his son was finally out. Maybe, if anything, the tasty more would bring enough hungry fishes for the both of them. The dark clouds began to show color when the sun ran over the horizon. The briefest second they were bright pink and orange. Then, as the sun rose past them, they settled back to being black and gray. Possible rain, Alex mentioned. Good, fishing weather, his father nodded from behind him. Despite the weather and live bait, the fish didn't seem to be biting. Deciding that maybe it was time to increase the temptation, James reeled in his line to rise and make way for the cooler in the back of the boat. Bring me up a soda, will you? His son asked, which James grunted a response to. After grabbing a cola from his bag and a worm from the cup cooler, he made his way up front. Then his son's lines buzzed, letting out. Caught off guard, Alex took quick hold of the rod and tugged, hopefully hooking the bait-biting sucker. It seemed to work because now the line was letting out fiercely. Their prey was fighting back. James dropped the soda and tossed the worm into the lake, running up to his son who was fighting to reel in the catch. The bull first only bit, like he was facing off against a 10-pound bass, but suddenly it nearly folded in half as the reel refused to reverse, as if a marlin had gotten hold of his bait. Need help? He asked, rubbing his chin, and realized he had forgotten to shave when his hand caressed a night's worth of stubble. Got it, Dad. Not sure if it's a fish or a sub, though. He laughed harshly, nervous. It was a strange sound James was familiar with, like strumming a broken guitar. You're gonna lose it. Then there was a wooden crack. Shit, you need to lose it. Get the knife. James unpocketed his lucky knife. Specialized spring-loaded switchblade, the size of a hunting knife with serrated edges, and with a quick stroke cut the line. Alex had been struggling so hard that with the line cut he fell back, knocking his dad aside. He almost fell overboard, after stumbling backwards. Catching himself with the tiny metal railing around the bow. Laughing, James fell to the floor, quickly closing the switchblade before they had any more serious incidents. Fuck me, Alex rose panting. That was not a fish. James was still laughing, giddy with both relief and humor. I didn't know orcas could swim upstream. Are you sure you hadn't caught like a log or something? His son cast him a sideways glance as he sat upon the chair he had risen from. The thing pulled. You saw it take my line. Nodding, James frowned when he started to hear a pinging sound coming from the steering column. A sounding movement. He quickly ran for his captain's chair, but whatever had been on the screen was gone. The machine was quiet. For that to sound, Alex started. It has to be at least human-sized, James finished. They had sat in silence, watching the screen, but nothing came back. Alex snorted. A diver. I bet he's one of those fuckers playing... The fucking diver's playing a prank on us. His father rubbed his stubbly chin and thought. Divers were unwelcome by the fishermen in this lake, but it wasn't against the law to dive here, and they couldn't stop him. He had created a small feud between the two types of lakegoers, one that often ended in pranks. The lake Pentine was popular with the divers because it wasn't key close to water clear. It was the clearest of lakes in the whole state. Could be. Tell you what, cast out again. I'll watch the sonar for whatever's doing this. If it's a human, we could devise a prank of our own. He grinned, thinking of pranks they could play on the creep. I'll have to re-thread a hook. I hate that, his son whined. Better not. I heard cracking coming from your rod. You'll need a repair shop. So use mine. But yours, Alex started. You've used it before, and it can take more weight. I trust you. Let's get this guy. He grinned. His son nodded without his own grin. He knew his son's reluctance to risk his father's call. It had been a childhood gift from his own father, and he had kept it, taking good care of it, especially after his passing. It was also a very valuable pole, small enough to fish in limited room, but strong enough to take on larger or heavier fish than typical bass. To make sure they didn't lose the pole, Alex used 2 Velcro straps to secure it around his waist, along with a pair of buckles. It also helped him struggle to reel in a real fish. 3 hours. Actually, we'll stop right there for now. And get on to the next one. Coin in as 0 point. 0 one's evil. No, I knew it. Okay, now we get a cube backling, 0 point, which are opposing enemies, spider tool. I do have. Pretty sure I have that, but okay. Or maybe I'm thinking of a different emote. Okay, we're gonna do the same thing. We're gonna straight down. Let's go tilted, shall we? Let's get tilted. I guess 0 point is the creation of all things, the center of the Big Bang, and the nexus of all things. This is technically the god of gods, the god of all reality that I'm playing as. Pretty sure we talked with this guy. He's on our list, so we'll go ahead and get him. Oh, get him, get him. Aha. Why in your chest? Kill myself. Whoops. Okay. What just happened? Why did he explode himself? It's an accident? That counts as my kill, since technically, or an assist at least? Do I get like 100 for that? Another high school mass shooting. St. Louis. Way to go, NRA. Way to go, conservatives. This is on you. Okay, back to my writing. 3 hours had passed since the sunrise, and it was nearing noon. The clouds began to let up, and the sun was blinding against the blue waters, reflecting the blue sky. Somewhere distant, a girl screamed, no doubt victim of the lake play. No doubt victim of lake time play. I think he's not coming back, Alex finally admitted. James nodded. Yeah, plus this heat. We're not going to catch anything in this. What really didn't need a sandwich? His son shrugged. No need to waste the bait. I'll just sit here if you toss me 2 tunas. James shrugged, gathering 2 tunas from the backpack, along with his own PB&J, and bringing them over to his son with another cola. Opinion, Dad, what was it? His father cocked an eyebrow. What, you mean the thing that took your line? Alex nodded. I have no clue. But I mean, logically, it must have been a human. Nothing else that large or larger exists in this lake. They were quiet for a while. Nothing but the sound of light waves, disturbance caused by other boats or swimmers lapping against the boat. His son smacking a mouthful of tuna, pickles, and mayo, and the odd misplaced seagull cry. His son swallowed with an audible gulp, always the one to overstuff his mouth. Heard of sharks swimming upstream to cause havoc in rivers and lakes. James finished off his own sandwich. Yeah, but sharks are saltwater fish. I'm pretty sure they need saltwater rivers to live comfortably. This lake is man-made and not salted. Plus, they swim upstream, either in 2 flat rivers or not very far. We're way too far inland for the shark to make it, and the boat rocked violently, nearly throwing James off his chair. He steadied himself and looked up into his wide-eyed son's face as it settled to bobbing in the water. The fuck was that? Alex asked, as his gaze followed his father towards the beam sonar reading out the driver's column. Don't know, his father said, rose and hurried towards the controls, but we're going to find out. James rounded the corner to find the screen quiet and blank. Shit, this guy's good, guy. James ignored him. Hey you, he shouted. This isn't funny anymore. Me and my son are trying a nice, quiet birthday fishing trip. We've already broken his bowl. So tell you what, he continued, wiping the spit flying out of his mouth. I have a gun, and the next time I hear that thing bing, I'm going to start firing into the water. It was a lie. He had no weapons. No need for them. But whoever was fucking with him didn't know that. Alex was grins after his dad's outbursts. Wow, Dad, didn't know you had that in you. I've yelled at you plenty. He opened this can of soda with a hiss and a pop. He had a big gulp of it. Yeah, but never like that. You yelled at me with a deep, passionate voice. Back there, that was crazy screaming. I am not crazy, he said into his can. His son made a pinching motion with his fingers. A bit crazy. James grinned, and leapt up to take his son's head under his arm and give him the noogie of a lifetime. Pause right there and head right back in. Looks like we are the Devourer. I wonder if they release him, if he gets chromed, if they're going to release it as a new skin or just add on to this skin. Because I think this guy was purchasable, if I'm not mistaken. Like, 70% sure this guy was purchasable. I feel like mining is very quiet today for some reason. Tools are very quiet. Let me see something here. Is this the only thing low? Ah. Maybe my earphones, maybe I'm going deaf. Who knows? That don't sound like I'm going deaf. To the K-Brave. I'm the monster with things injecting into my back. he downstairs somewhere? Oh, actually, into the right cave. Who's in here? Oh yeah, it's Meowscles. Welcome to the party, Meowscles. Oh, what is this? Some kind of a conveyor belt. Oh, no know what it was for. Purple assault. Yes, it can work in water. Who knew? I don't know if they're going to do that. Meowscles, I 3 of 9. Oh. RV Meowscles, I guess. Time's over. Where's everybody? I swear to goodness, there's nobody here. being reckless trying to get it to attack me. But I don't seem to be being reckless enough. Gee, where are the people? Well, I gave her a smorgasbord crap to really get through. Okay. Let's see. I really miss the wolf claws. Excuse you? What the Necromonicon is flipping stuff on my back? What's it doing? Do that again. Do it. Some kind of monsters in it. Cool. Let's go ahead and go into here because bing. This is the lake part 3, I believe. Bing, 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 bing. James spoke to the sonar, but the sonar made no sense. It was beginning as if they were moving. The rapid increase meant they were coming upon something fast. The binging held steady before it began to increase again. He had fallen asleep on the floor mid-stern and rose up into the oddly foggy day. "Dad," his son called. "I'm up." He looked around the fog. The anchors lying still taut. They were not moving, which means something large was. "What is it? Hold up. Where did this fog come from?" He made his way to the captain's chair. "Came in about 10 minutes back. Tried to shout you awake, but you were snoring. Thought it might make good fishing weather." James nodded. "It should." He sat in his chair, peering at the screen. The screen was blank, aside from his little green crosses, which stood at a distant point. Nothing was there. It was blank. No outlines. No noticeable movement. But it kept binging faster and faster and faster. He ran a thumb across the screen and stopped at one cross. It read 10 feet. It couldn't be right. They were in nearly 50-foot deep water. "Son, have we drifted?" "Not that I know of. We're still anchored." That might not mean much. The anchor held them in place, but without much to catch, it could also be forced around if the boat was caught in strong winds or towed. The problem is there was no winds today. 9 feet. James stared at the number in disbelief. It was as if the ship was sinking, and the ground was coming up to meet them. Nothing was on the screen, yet nothing was coming so much closer. 8 feet. "Son, pull out of the water." He called to Alex. "What? I'm pretty loose," he said. "Then you had to let that out and drift." "Do I have to?" "Do it now," his father yelled. The being had turned into an impact warning. A slight blipping sound. At his raised voice, his son knew he wasn't screwing around, and began to reel in the line with the same buzzing noise it made tossing out. 4 feet. His father stared at the screen. The impact warnings quickening. A red warning sign above and below the otherwise blank screen. 3 feet. He ran for his son. "Get rid of it." He started to try to undo the buckle around his son's waist, who had insisted on buckling into it if he was just going to sit all day with it. "But Dad, I don't give a fuck. But we saw what it did to your other ball. I'm not risking it doing it to you." His hand slipped and he whispered a curse. His nerves were shot. He was way too stressed out to do this correctly. "Let me do it, Dad." His son took hold of the first 3 buckles. The line twanged, then buzzed. Unreeling once more. They froze, looking at the taut fishing line. Something had taken the bait. Oh God, James shouted as he started to work at the bottom straps. Daddy, get it out. Get me out, his son started to cry. He sounded not 15 before again. Daddy, the knife. James cursed himself and pulled his knife out from his pocket. Switching it out, the teeth bit into the first strap. One stroke, and it was loose. His son wiggled as he tried to get a hold of the second strap. The teeth bit in. One moment his son was in front of him. The line in the pull twanged with stress. Then his knife was biting into the flesh of his son's flailing leg. He brought it back and tried to grab something, but all he caught was air. In the longest second of his life, his son was overboard, and when James rose to the side, all that was left of him was a disturbance in the water, a little splotch of red. Fuck! His father screamed. The impact warning had gone, and the radar trams were slowly rescinding. He jumped, pushing off the point of the bow to give him an accelerated start into the water, and swam. Oh, crap! I got distracted, ignoring the bite of the chilled lake. He could see nothing at all in the dark fog covered water, but a trail of red, and he followed the trail of red, deeper, impossibly deep, till his lungs burned and he had no choice but to fight his way back to the surface. Once he was clear, he took a burning gasp of coughing. Alex, he screamed, Alex, please! And he waited. There was nothing. He had made for his boat, pulling himself on board, soaked once again. He peered around the water. Alex, baby! But his voice was weakening. Tears ran down the sides of his face. He was uncaring the snot bottle that had began to form underneath his right nostril. James had to think. His son might be floating about unconscious. He had to find help. Going for the pack in it, he found his cell, flipped it open, and began to dial 911. When he brought the phone to his ear, the dreaded words came back with a long beep. No service. Shit, what? There had always been service at the lake. Even the center island was a good spot. In fact, the lake had Wi-Fi stations surrounding it, which reached its entirety if you paid clear for access, which he had. Oh, excuse me. He checked the Wi-Fi. It was up. With shaking, damp hands, he accessed his Facebook Messenger. The only thing he could think to do. Thumbing over his wife's portrait, James began to type. We are in big trouble. Something's on the lake. Alex is missing. Phone service is out. Please call 911. Hit send. He hoped she was up and near her phone. Her first reaction would be to call him, but hopefully her second would be call authorities and have someone out here. Standing, James glanced around the glassy, foggy lake. Alex, please! He pleaded with the waters. It was too easy to imagine his son at the bottom, already dead from a lung full of water, or possibly a meal for whatever had taken him. Waiting wouldn't buy his son time or save him. It was a long shot that Jesse would see his message, so it was up to him to find out. He ran for the driver's seat and switched for the engine, but when the boat tried to pull away, it was sluggish, as if it was being held back. Cursing at himself, James made his way back for the anchor's crank, cranking it automatically. It whirred louder than he wished it would have, wanting to make a quick getaway to land. A marking passed up the rope, which was 5-foot mark. 5 feet to go, and he'd be on his way. Never had weighing an anchor seemed to take so long. The boat pulled back. The bow roused a foot into the air, and the anchor's thick braided rope went as taut as his son's line had done twice. The crank's motor whined loudly before it died with a spark and a puff of smoke. Cursing, he jerked the manual lever back. The line jerked, went limp, and then taut again. The gears cranked, crackled, and snapped. The line began to run out. He realized his mistake too late. His anchor was a smaller version of the basic ship's anchor, with hooks on each end to catch any debris on to which it could latch an anchor. He had just used it as a fishing lure. Whatever had the anchor had been hooked when he jerked it the moment after it caught the line, which meant its mouth was huge. The line ran out, and with a sharp whip-like crack, the crank stopped spinning while the boat's aft fell towards the water, the lake washing into the boat as it was dragged backwards. James sputtered a surprised curse, gripping onto the driver's chair, which he swung around and over. Once again in his seat, he gripped onto the controls and pushed the throttle all the way to its max. The submerged propeller and the engine gurgled as he wiggled the boat to break free of the unseen beast, churning the water below. This struggle before the outboard engine began to spew black smoke and gutters to silence lasted for about 3 minutes. With the boat dead, he was at beckon of whatever had him. The boat seemed to rear up, driving the front even further into the air before it settled, and he was dragged through the fog-covered lake, clutching fearfully to the useless steering wheel. Then he spotted it, the knife sticking to the boat's carpet, it's still covered in his son's drying blood. It was going to be a climb to get it from the bow, but it was his last choice. James threw himself to the carpeted floor, gripping onto the sides of the steering column. He pulled himself up, pushing an inch at a time until he was standing on the front of the plastic console. He reached for it. The knife was stuck to the very end of the carpet area, either snagged by a thread or stuck by the blood, but it wasn't coming down of its own accord, and as he stretched, it was about 2 finger lengths away. He had one chance, and he jumped. He gripped the shaft of the knife and pulled it free with his own weight. At the same time, the boat reared and the floor slapped into his face. This time it wasn't coming down, and he fell through the air. Seconds again turned to minutes. He fell past and gripped the driver's seat with his right free hand, swinging hard enough to make his elbow scream in pain as it stopped his fall. He held it for a moment, looking down at the bubbling water, as whatever had his boat struggled to pull it under. It was odd, straight up and in air, but still moving, waves lapping over the back bench of the boat, which was now its bottom, threatening to completely overturn the boat. But then he eyed the anchor line, and kicked hard enough to swing the captain's chair, burying his teeth against his elbow screen. He kicked again, trying to widen his arch, before he let go. He hooked the same pained elbow around the anchor's reel, which thick metal sides bit into his arm, drawing thin lines of blood. Wincing for a moment at the new pain, James started to hack sloppily at the anchor line. Each hack did little damage, 1 thread, 2 threads, taken from hundreds of threads in thick braided coil. Attempting a different approach, he pushed the teeth from under the taut line and began to saw. There were tiny twangs as more and more of the twines snapped from their extended position. Within minutes, he had a quarter of the rope cut. When he reached the halfway point, it snapped on its own accord, and the boat was thrown back onto his belly. The back half still weighted down and swamped, with more still washing over. Standing, he realized the boat was still in motion and moving fast. Now, without a tow line, it was moving on its own, doing about 40. He jumped into the chair and tried the engine, but it was no use. The engine was still mostly underwater. He was at the mercy of friction within the glassy lake, which the glassy lake seemed to be providing little of. He pocketed his knife and rowed his boat, driven by fate, waiting for it to stop or for something to stop it. Hooked twice in one day, who was to say the thing wouldn't come back for a third try? Maybe one little teen hadn't been a big enough feast. At the thought of his son digesting in his gut that thing he could not see, his limbs loosened in grief, deep grief. A good bump was all it took to throw him to the floor of the boat, which he was still speeding in reverse. He wondered why he fought so hard if his son was dead. What was the point of returning home to a broken home where his wife would blame him and he'd have to relive his son's disappearance over and over again every night? Something cracked. It sounded like a cannon shot. The world blurred, and his face felt hot. We will pause right there for one more play. I think we are towards the end. We have 1 or 2 more pauses here. We are currently at 350. Okay. And then a lot of monster no 350. I think that's a funny. Yeah, as you can see, there was more built into the story than that, hello, why are we not going forward? I still broadcasting? What the hell? Yeah, I'm still broadcasting. Weird. Anyway, as you can see, there's more built into that story than the one dream I had, which is just the very beginning thing. And I wanted the monster in this one to be sort of like Tall Tree's unseen, unknowable. Unlike Tall Tree's, you can see his leg, my idea was something that's a complete mystery. You never see it. I was sort of inspired by the monsters of the Mist. The Mist monsters you never really see in books. You got some little bit of a kind of a Leviathan Cthulhu look to them in the movie, but in the book you never really see the monsters outside of Tentacle and the bugs and the smaller monsters. The bigger monsters remain pretty much a mystery all the way in the book. And I wanted this to be something like that. I wanted you to know there was a monster. I wanted you to know it was large, overpowering, I wanted you to realize that it could probably you would know it was large, but you don't know how large. You would know it was powerful to drag a boat. You don't know how much more powerful. Is it a creature that could swallow the boat in one whole gulp? Is it a creature that could swallow a human in one gulp? Is it more powerful than it is big?
There once was a squad that readied up with outfits up, fancy to say what's up. Their hopes were high for a win that day. Go me squatty boys, go. See, there's a small sheep come to whittle us down and leave just one crowd.
Oh, we're 5 away from that. Straight down Chrome Crossroads. I think that's where I want to go. Actually, there's a new tornado up here, guys. Look. Also, someone showed that the wolf head, if it comes back out, is semi-changeable by Midas' stuff. They used, I think, normal Midas on it. And it doesn't show up when it's on your face, which is kind of unfortunate. But it does show up if you drop it on the ground. We are skeletal beer with a Necronomicon and a glider like that. And we're like a freaking Necro Bear. We're skeletal dressed, but we have a Necronomicon. Our glider was just flesh. I don't know what our fall was. But our tool was made out of a hand and arm bones. 100 out of that. The new whirlpool opened up over here, which means more likely than not. Leave that behind. Necronomicon Chrome. The island over here is going to be taken if it's not already taken. So let's see. I don't see much more Chrome showing up over here. What? No. No, stop it. I think there may be... Anyway, I got distracted. Ooh, yes it is. Oh, that's not it. Damn. No, thank you. More pumpkins. Another shield game. Welcome back, Chi. I'll be sad because it's empty. We should come over here and cry. Look, Fortnite, this is what you did. Look what you did. Look at it. Hold on. I know it's one of my favorites. Look what you did, Epic. All favor. Are you using your claws to climb my bed? How about you don't? You can jump up here, boy. What are you smelling? Are you okay? You weird cat. Anyway, I need to travel as a blob, it said, so I'm going to get blobbed again by the tornado. There's definitely a whirlpool over here, but this place had all been chromed out before the whirlpool showed up. I was assuming it would get into the other city, but I don't see anything. Flesh astronaut lighter of the necromancer. That'd be gross. Inventive. Oh, it's lighter. What's up, Chi? Good boy. Sorry. I'm petting you and ran into a gate. This is a building. Used to be a garage. Wait, how do you settle down? I thought you... Well, okay then. am I doing? Can I walk through this? It's not. Weird. Oh, it's on its way. Here comes the rain. Sorry, I keep singing that. I know it's Here Comes the Sun, but whatever. I'm mixing it with Here Comes the Rain again. We could do that one. Here comes the sun again. Falling on my head like, ow, it's hot. I think I can make it into that one thing below the bridge. I'm not in the right area, am I? Oh yeah, I was. I could have done that. Yeah. Get him, chicken. R.I.P. chicken. Rest in peace, that chicken. She's like, rest in peace in my stomach with that chicken. Jeez. We have stuff to do. So I think the only thing we have left is him. So we need 4 more. So another star set, another level should be good. Where are we at levels? Like the very beginning? Very beginning. Why is it telling me mouse out? Okay. We're next part of the lake. Oh, we have. Wow. I hope Kanye West is canceled right off the face of the US. Kanye West, who has shown himself to be several times over a terrible person, was caught saying anti-Semitic things the other day, just blatantly racist shit. And it seems like ever since he jumped on that stage that one time to say, "Excuse me, I am the best ever," he's gone out of his way to prove he is one of the least best people to ever have existed. And now he's going out saying, he's taunting Adidas for saying he can say anti-Semitic things and Adidas can drop him. He's taunting them for that. So I hope they drop his ass. I hope they sue him for hate crimes while representing them. Just more proof that conservatives, as the one profile I follow says, conservatives are evil. Holy. I do believe, there it is, Kindle. I was like, I think I may have just shut off my Kindle. He awoke to the pain that lit his nose and bit his brain, making his eyes blur and his thoughts hard to grip onto. He realized the pain was extending from the bridge of his nose, which he had somehow ended up slamming into the splintered ruins of the backing of his ship, most notably the PVC-like siding of the rear bench. Pushing off the ground in the tiny pool of drying noseblood below him, James turned to look about him. Half the boat was offshore, sunk into the shallow water. The other half was around him in splintered wood, fiberglass, and torn metal. The boat had split right where he had fallen, behind the driver's seat. Then he rose, ecstatic. He was on shore, dry land. Below him, grass pushed through the rocky shore. His grin lowered into a grimace when he spun to see the other side of the small island. "Help!" he shouted nasally through cupped hands, but then lowered his hands. Something was wrong. Not only was it foggy, it was dark. It had been just past noon when he cut the boat free. He wasn't sure exactly what time passed, but between his crash and waking hours had gone by. He wondered if he didn't have a concussion. "Help!" he tried again hopelessly, his voice weak and sounding more like a dying honk of a goose through his broken nose. No one in their right mind would be out in the dark with this thick fog. It was of great makings for an accident. He snorted painfully at that thought, eyeing what was left of his boat. Then he searched land for his cooler. If there was but a bit worse, it was there, but a bit worse for the wear. While the sandwiches had been protected by their Ziploc baggies, the majority of the colas had ruptured. But that was okay. The lake water may not be the most sanitary thing to drink, but it was fresh water and better than nothing. He got one of the last two colas, both tinted and not spent. Opening it, James held it away while it stood up a bit of his contents so he could finish half of it in a single go. "Fuck me," he said, sitting. "Alex," he yelled uselessly, his voice strengthening a little. And listen. There were little waves lapping upon the shore, but still no wind. No doubt whatever had attacked them was still out there, disturbing the water. There were no other sounds of disturbance, no breaking of the surface. In fact, he hadn't seen whatever it had been to do so. To be able to pull the boat around like that easily against his own struggle, it had to be monstrous in size, at least the size of a small whale, which was impossible. Nothing that large could have swam upstream through the dam, and nothing grew that large here naturally. The only logical explanation is someone had dumped something into... What the heck's going on my screen? Okay, with that. It's disturbing me. The only explanation is someone had dumped something into the lake, but what? And when? He had been to the lake not 3 months ago, when there had never been any reports of monsters. Of course, the lake had the odd missing person, but those bodies would be dredged up days later, with lots of alcohol still permeating their veins. Which meant it was new, dumped in the last month, or possibly last week, attacking now because it was hungry. But why? Experiment? Theft? What if the explanation wasn't logical? What about that thing that had been in his own war? Had that been delusion, or had that thing been real, a rip of reality that had let monsters through? Possibly even a portal to hell. Maybe even a warning he ignored to keep away from the lake. If only he had seen that thing and climbed right back into bed, he'd have a disappointed son, not a possibly dead one. He thought it likely he was already in a little white room, foaming at the mouth and screaming about lake monsters. "Happy birthday, son. Your dad's a nut." James wiped his nose, which blood had caked onto, and winced at his pain. Unlike his elbow, which still worked but still stiff from effort, his nose was broken, right on the bridge. He wasn't sure if that was bone or cartilage, but it had been crushed in the accident. He was suddenly tired, exhausted. Losing his son, swimming to the extent of his abilities, climbing a boat and cutting loose that monster. Despite his multi-hour knockout, he felt like he could sleep for many more hours. He was lying on his back, waiting for someone to reach him, when pebbles were scattered behind him, followed by the sound of water sloshing out of the way of something large. James shot up, waiting, then drew his knife, switching it open. He wasn't going to wait for it to get to him. Treading as quietly as possible, there is a weird thing here. There's like some kind of weird, like, H/ thing, which would be like some kind of intro to a tag or a style font or just an internet thing. I don't know. I wonder if that's only in the Amazon version, because Amazon seems to have trouble formatting books. from independent authors. Anyway, turning as quietly as possible, he came across the sand. Waves caused by the disturbance still lapped on the shore, and the rocks were pushed aside in a snake-like pattern. "Come on," he shouted. "Come get me, you son of a bitch." There was a wooden crack and a large splash from the left where he had come. He ran back to see the intact end of his vessel had disappeared below fresh waves. He evaluated his chances and thought it might be better not to piss off whatever this thing was. Retrieving his food, James made his way towards the center of the island, where a single short bush-like built-in willow sat. James pushed himself against a small tree and waited. For hours, nothing more happened. There was no sound of water being disturbed or whatever it had been assaulting his island. Maybe he was out of reach, and it knew so. Maybe it was waiting for him to lure him back to the side, knowing at some time this land mammal would need water. A glow above him let him know the full moon was on the rise, and a glow sweeping before him blinded his eyes. "James Quinn," a voice over an intercom called. He rose, his heart in throat, his voice lost for a moment. "Alex, James," his voice called without the cop's intercom, and James's half smile disappeared and he realized that she was with the police in the boat, on the water. "Shit," he muttered. "Over here!" He shouted with as much energy as he could muster into it. Suddenly he was blinded again. The white fog formed into a circular light he could step out of, which fell upon the splintered end of his boat. The police boat bounced off the shore, and his wife jumped off the boat to run into his arms. He cried out I'm sorry about all the pausing. My ADHD is high right now. He cried out when her head brushed his nose and she backed off. "Your nose. It's fine, officer," he started past to his wife. "You tell your people only armored boats." The cop looked at James as if he had been knocked stupid, bringing a pin light out as he played it across James' nose. "That's really broken. Sir, look at my boat." The cop looked back at the splintered remains to the rear of the aircraft. "That's pretty broken, too. First strike we've had here in half a decade. Damn foul, right? Are you drinking?" "You're not listening to me," James said, becoming flustered. He pushed the hand shining the pin light in his eyes away, eyeing the young black cop. "My boat was attacked. We were attacked. Attacked by what? I'm not sure. It was underwater the entire time." A bemused smile crawled across the officer's face. "Like a gator?" James shook his head, furious that the cop wasn't taking it seriously. "Much bigger. It dragged my boat." "James," his wife interrupted. "Where's Alex? You said he's missing." Tears started her eyes, and she paled when all he could offer her was his slack jaw and silence. "No, James. No, he can't." "I'm sorry," he said, looking away, unable to meet her gray eyes. "He broke his pole, so he used mine. He insisted on harnessing so he wouldn't lose it. The thing pulled him under. I tried to swim after him, but it swam so deep." Jane's voice cracked. Now that help was here, he felt he could finally mourn his son. His wife began to shake. Tears streamed down her face, and she moaned sickly as she hugged her own bosom. "Boss," the cops radio barked. "Yo. We have the body of a young male who looks to have drowned while fishing." His wife fell to her knees. She cried out in anguish. James was none of the world. He could move. An odd electrical whine had taken residence just behind his hearing. Why hadn't the thing taken him instead? Anything unique? Any animals about? Stab wound on the back of his leg. James said that didn't sound good. He had been the one who put it there. Moved for the cop. "Bite?" the officer said. "No, sir, I'd have to say combat blade. The cut's straight in and pretty wide. Yet the sides are chewed at as they're serrated on both sides. It's cut an artery. Poor kid wouldn't have been able to swim." His wife's ashen face grew whiter still as she watched James in disbelief. Hal backed up and palmed his gun. "I can explain," James says. "It was an accident. Then come with me and tell that to the judge. How you accidentally killed your son with a knife." "I didn't kill him," James insisted. "It was that damn fish thing in the water. It took him. And you just happened to land the killing Moon Friar?" James' thought fumbled. "I cut him on accident trying to free him from the rod." He fell silent. He cut him on accident. But he had cut him. And to the point where he couldn't have swum, even if he freed himself. At some point he and the thing had separated. Otherwise he wouldn't have been found. And if he had been alive, then he would have died failing to swim to the surface. And it was his fault. James' eyes filled with tears. Grief tore at his throat. One moment he was bent over with cramps, the next the cop and his wife were wresting the blade out of his hand as he tried to cut his own throat with them, screaming, "I killed him," over and over again. He didn't struggle once he lost the knife. He didn't struggle when the cop painfully bent both of his arms back and handcuffed him with his face shoved into the shore's pebbles, while his wife made hysterical sounds of anguish. He didn't struggle when he was hauled from the boat. And he didn't struggle when something large brushed against the police vehicle in the middle of the fog-covered lake, causing it to rock. The end. Okay, guys, that's going to be the end of my stream today. I hope you liked the ending there. We have a handful. We have a handful of actual things left, but I think all these are gigantic here at the end. That was the lake. We have Victims of Freedom and the Processing left, and those are two fairly large stories. So those will be on the next stream whenever we have them. Don't know if we'll be streaming tomorrow. Let's see what my actual list is for the week. After we read the Victims of Freedom, the Processing, I am going to want to do some of the afterword, because it goes through some of the Easter eggs you might find in the story. First things first, let's get today to be scheduled and see. Let's see. Today is Monday, which I have off. Oh, that's right. I work morning. Here for hours though. Wow. 6, 12, 8. Not even 6, 5, 10, 18 hours this week. That's the lowest ever. The fuck? Corporations suck. Our boss is giving away his money to the poor to get a freaking handout from the government in a tax break, making them look good. Meanwhile, the non-full-time 6-year members are struggling to pay bills. How fair is that? My God. Okay. So tomorrow we won't be streaming in the morning because I have 8 o'clock morning. However, we have Wednesday off and I have the evening off, so there's a good chance that if I'm not writing, I'll be back playing ESO. Wednesday will likely play. Let's see when our next weekly is up. Our next weekly is up in 2 days. So 2 days, 3 days technically. So when today's Monday. So Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. So it'll be Thursday when it rolls around. So we'll play a little bit Tuesday evening, most likely. Don't know about tonight evening. We may play a little evening or night. Depends what I feel like, what we're doing, and if I'm writing. We may play a little bit Wednesday morning and evening. Thursday will be a no-go because I work in the early day hours, and then I get to go get my student. In fact, I might be writing Thursday. I get off early enough that I can go hang out at the Starbucks and write. And Thursday I'll get paid what little money I made, and I'll be able to at least spend a little at Starbucks and go write. Friday and Saturday will be... Oh, actually, Friday and Saturday... Friday will be iffy, Saturday will be a no. Most likely both are no. Because not only will I have my son, but Saturday I think me and my son might have plans. Sunday is no again. So expect to see me then. Maybe tonight. Likely tonight. Maybe tomorrow night. Wednesday both morning and night. And that's it. Expect me to see me those days. With a maybe on a Friday morning, but I'm most likely not. So it's like 1, 2, 3, 4 more streams, which isn't terrible. If you like my streams, you can donate to me. But instead of donating, why not go to this link I'm about to post? I should have this link ready. I'm about to post you a link to my book. My book is a werewolf novel. Young adult is what I count it, but it does have sexual content in it, so take that as you will. Young adult still means friggin' adult. Wow, what did Facebook do? Everything's off-centered. So go to this link, and I'll post it also below in the actual YouTube descriptor. And support me by buying this book. Not also do you toss $5, and 3 of those dollars come towards me. Y'all support my writing. The more people who see this writing or read this writing, and maybe some good reviews, will get actual publishers looking at me. And if I can get a publisher to look at me instead of independent publishing for a handful of bucks a month, I'll be able to get a publisher go, here's several $1,000s. We're not going to pay you after that until that money's paid off through sales. And if that happens, we'll start throwing regular money at you. And with publishers, I can get out into books and places and lots of stuff. Okay, so it's that. Let's copy that link. Go back to... where did Twitch go? Twitch closed on his own. Go in so I can post this. Okay. Oh, shit. Ends on Tuesday, November 1st. Okay. Tomorrow I need to watch... I think I did this already. I think I watched, technically. Huh. Maybe not. Don't forget you get the Twitch drops with the Dance Macabre on Twitch for watching me for an hour. If I'm playing Fortnite, I will probably play Fortnite before November 1st, hopefully. Let's see what happens. It gives you the Dance Macabre. I think I already got that one, didn't I? Did I not get the Dance Macabre? Let's go look real quick. Oh wait, let me post this first. Okay, that's the link. Let's see if I get the Dancing Macabre. I think I got that one already, but just in case. It's spelled weird because it's playing off an old horror. No? Nope, I don't have it. Whatever the Dancing Macabre is, I do not have yet. So, I guess next time we play, I'm going to be freaking trying to get whatever that is. Fortnightmares will release something in 14 hours, but we likely won't be back for it for a couple of days. It has to be before November 1st, though. So a handful of days. Who knows? I might play a morning day after tomorrow or something. Get a little more eating in, at least for a few hours. Anyway, I'll see y'all definitely tonight. Peace and out, guys. That is not the right button.